Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, it's been here. I got it. I'm not sure, but hey, family. It's so good to see family. How you doing?
So good evening. I apologize that we're all sitting in the dark. Hopefully staff is going to be able to get the lights on. I wasn't aware that we didn't have lights in the council chamber. I am aware that we're having challenges with internet, um, but I didn't expect us to be sitting in the dark. So Mr. King, or I see our electric director back there, but so we'll get started in 5 minutes with or without lights in the event that we're relying on the daylight to complete our meeting this evening, and make sure we finish before it gets dark.
Mhm. I'm kind of curious to figure out what the problem is. Shot fired. Missing.
So, good evening, and welcome to the September 5th meeting of East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, are you recording this? Have you started recording?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire. Councilmember Robertson.
Present.
Councilmember Renee. Councilmember Bailey. Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Cook. Councilmember Butler. Councilmember Gordon. Mayor Holiday Ingram, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Is Pastor Angela Johnson here? Just ready. Okay. I'm sure all of you have heard about the very tragic accident that took place on yesterday around 5 o'clock, just behind us at the traffic light at Linwood and Church Street. There are no words that we can say that will provide any level of comfort to the family. Hugh Douglas, class of 25 for Morehouse College, and Christian Fowles Jr., class of 25, were young men who were defying the odds and had a very, very, very bright future ahead of them. And unfortunately, the tragic accident on yesterday caused them to transition. I'm reminded of a passage of scripture that says, "Judge ye not, lest ye be judged." And I can imagine that their family is experiencing immense grief. So on behalf of the city of East Point, I want to extend deepest sympathy and condolences to their family, their friends, the Morehouse College community, and I ask each of you to pray for strength, peace, and comfort for them during this extremely difficult time. So, Pastor Johnson, as you give the invocation this evening, I'd also ask that you pray for the families of Hugh Douglas and Christian Fowles Jr. On this evening. And we will start, before you pray, with a moment of silence for them. If we all could stand.
As the chaplain for the National Alumni Association of Spelman College, I thank you for reminding us of the need to lift up our brothers and sisters in that community in prayer. Won't you pray with me? I promise I will not tarry, as I know that this is the last meeting of the night for most. Holy One, known by many names and beyond all names, Spirit of life and Spirit of love, Spirit of community, Spirit of justice, God Almighty, I ask your blessings on the people who have been called to lead the community in which we live, work, play, and worship. I ask your blessings upon those who do live, work, play, and worship in this city. Let us be mindful that this invocation is an invitation for your spirit to be with us in this space. So as plans are discussed and decisions are made, let us speak with this in mind and be guided by your spirit. Grant all the wisdom and courage to know and do what is right and good and true. May your people speak out when it's time to speak out and listen patiently, receptively, and respectably when it is time to listen. May they always be guided by the spirit of community, by the spirit of justice, and by your spirit of love. Help your people see and hear those in the center, those on the margins, and those on the margins of the margins. Give them eyes to see beauty where there is despair, ears to hear your voice along with the voices of those in need, and hearts to work together for progress and collective change. Give them strength and endurance as they leave behind the complexities of the day they may hinder the work of this meeting. Put aside the weariness and tiredness that may have sunk in after navigating traffic, even from this morning. The emails and the texts and the phone calls that took up time they would have liked to use doing other things. Let them approach this agenda with a fresh mind and joyful spirit for the work ahead. I lift up those who have heaviness on their hearts that may be in this space, that they may never be spoken here. Those navigating the complexities of parenting, and those caring for aging parents, and those whose relationships are struggling, and those who are grieving the loss of life and love in areas which have not been named. Your word says that words are not necessary because your Holy Spirit takes our moans and groans to you by interceding on our behalf. And so we thank you in advance for doing just that. And finally, merciful and graceful God, I offer prayer for peace and comfort for the families and friends of Hugh Douglas and Christian Fowles Jr. Those juniors at Morehouse College who lost their lives on yesterday. Let the students, the faculty, the staff, the alumni, and all connected to the Atlanta University, Atlanta, and East Point feel your presence and experience the peace that surpasses all understanding that your word says exists during this time. This we pray in the name of our Creator, Redeemer, and Sustainer. Amen. Amen.
And so we have had some technology issues here today that haven't been resolved since the tragic accident. Can you please lift the screen that's behind me? We won't be using these screens. We're not able to project. Is my understanding, unless that's been corrected. Yeah, so if you can go ahead and lift the screen all the way up, you can also, that way more light may be able to come in. Okay. Our Sergeant at Arms this evening, although the meeting is not being live streamed on social media, it's my understanding it's been streamed on YouTube. The Sergeant at Arms this evening is Captain Robinson. Thank you so much for your service this evening. Council members, please, tonight I'm doing a lot of leaning into my mic. We have to make sure that we're talking directly into the mic so that it can pick up on the recording, audio recording that the city clerk is making for our meeting on this evening. The first presentation is update on local reapportionment. City clerk and Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If we can just have a discussion on update on reapportionment, and this is basically notifying the residents about the redistricting, and how do we put it on the city website, a link that they can click where it would take them to put it in their address to see what ward they're in. And this is just, and also putting something in the utility bills to notify the resident of the the redistricting. And that they can go to, what website they can go to find out what ward they're in if they've moved. So that's my question. How can the city assure that they're notifying the residents with that?
So, Madam City Clerk, I'll turn it over to you because those types of things require council approval and cannot be determined by one council member. And it needs to apply to the whole city. And so, as it relates to notification about which ward residents are in, Fulton County Elections is going to be sending out new voter registration cards. And so hopefully you have an update tonight to share about when those will be going out. With the reapportionment, there are streets where one side of the street is in one ward and the other side is in another ward. So to try to send postcards listing streets would confuse people because it might not be the right side of the street. So I think we have to rely on the county, who has the authority and is responsible for the elections, to provide that information to our residents. But I do believe that we should put information in our utility bills that, instead of like the long web address link, if we could do a bit.ly that has a shortened web address so that people can easily type it in and get to it, as well as including I would recommend that we include the phone number for the city clerk's office for people who may not be able to navigate the website or go online or just prefer not to call the city clerk's office and share their address so that the city clerk office can tell them and share with them which ward they're in until we receive the official voting cards from the Fulton County Board of Elections, as well as it being updated by the state on the Secretary of State's page. So, Madam City Clerk.
As of last week, I spoke with Fulton County Elections Office, and anyone whose ward has been updated, all voting cards will go out by October 7th. So by October 7th, they said that they will have mailed out all of everyone's redistrict voting cards, which will come in time for everybody prior to the beginning of early voting starting October 16th. In reference to the seeing where your address is on the website, I see you have it up on, but I didn't see it.
So if you look at the city website, there is a link here that says GIS maps. And if you go to the first link here, it will show you the current map. And just click on here, GIS overlay map. And it will show you each ward.
Maurice, if you can type in the City Hall address, so they'll see where to put their addresses in and how to come up in their ward.
So, like City Clerk said, if you type in your address to the far right, you'll see it zoom into your location and where your ward is located.
That'll work. And then just for the record, that's what me and my office will be doing if anybody calls. So if you do need, for the record, my direct phone number is 404-270-7090. And you can also reach out to me and my entire staff at cityclerk@eastpointcity.org.
And so if we could just pause for a minute, because now we're showing information on the screens, we're able to access the internet. So Mr. King, if either you or on Facebook, so the update right now.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So the incident that happened back here, unfortunately, with the two young gentlemen, it hit the entire block for AT&T, and the fiber, before it was fiber and some power. And so AT&T crew is working on restoring the fiber line that's above the, on the power lines. So that part of it works, but we have another piece that we connect for our guest network that's on a separate system that doesn't connect to AT&T. So we're able to get on the guest Wi-Fi, which is on a separate system, versus the AT&T, which is on citywide connection for internet.
How does that impact our ability to be able to stream on Facebook? We're streaming on YouTube, is my understanding, right?
So they're using a different connection for YouTube to get to that location. So the way it's configured, that they need to be able to have our city connection for our servers and their switches to connect to that Facebook. That's the way it's designed.
The city server and connection is still down
Correct.
outside of the guest.
Outside of it, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So there have been a couple recommendations regarding notifying the community. I think if council votes to include information in the utility bill like we did in the election 2 years ago, so I'm sure we all remember that, then we need to ensure that we also indicate that Fulton County Board of Elections has indicated that all of the new voting cards will be mailed out by October the 7th. So I'm not sure if the power is impacting my keypad, but I have to go by lights. Councilmember Butler, then Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to express some concern about the redistricting process and to make sure that we don't do it again. Because in the maps that were presented to council, there was no clear indication that some streets will be split down the middle. And it wasn't explained that way. So when we have Prince George and it had the line, I and other people thought that those homes were included too. We didn't know that line was dividing the street in half. And so at this point in time, I wanted to express that discontent because it is not what we expected and it wasn't clearly communicated. There's nothing we can really do about that now. But in the future, we as a council need to have the type of technology that we're presenting today so that when we make these choices, that we're making an educated choice. We specifically had a separation of the maps per the request of me and other council members that neighborhoods not be split. And to find out that there are so many people that are split at this point in time is concerning. So I'll just state that for the record. Thank you.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. the remarks made at the beginning of this this item are directed to me, and this is what it occurred. Councilmember Butler and I realized that a number of our residents did not know about the redistricting and did not know that they would be moved or transitioned to another ward. And so we make no regrets about the fact that we were working diligently with the permission of the city manager to work with his staff. In doing so, it was very informative to realize that Mr. Dominic Maldonado has a lot of technology with the dashboard that's been created regarding the GIS mapping. What he does also have access to is the ability to send us address labels for those people who fall within the differential. And when I say that, I mean the people who are impacted and can be transitioned over. We all agree, I think, that the mailer is good, but people are really upset, at least in our ward, and Councilmember Butler has just expressed some discontent about the fact that they don't know, they're not gonna know unless they look online. The mailer in the utility bill is not gonna state specifically, but we do have the ability to send out cards to each impacted address. And I think that if, council members wanna do that, we have a $1,800 communications budget that we can do that. So Councilmember Butler and I plan to do that. Thank you.
So I don't see any other lights. This map that is online has been available since probably December of 2021, when we first started having discussions about the reapportionment. The second draft was added in, I believe it came up in January of this year. And we had a town hall meeting on January 20th of 2023. So this GIS map is not new. It has been available for, when did we start talking about this? It was 2021 was the census, 2022 we got it later in the year. So it's probably, I think we got our first draft in January, but I think we did the actual GIS map probably starting as early as December of 2022. I said 2021. So this is not new. It's been available for 9 months. And there was a town hall meeting. And yes, we can do more to share that information. Again, if we start sending out cards, and that is the responsibility of the county to notify voters of their actual ward based upon the reapportionment, all of the information being approved by council in February of this year. So February 20th, I think was the date that we approved this. And we're now in September. So it's almost 7 months later. So this has been on the website. There was a town hall meeting, and yes, we can do more to communicate. And as we shared the town hall meeting information, it was sent out via email and all of the city's social media platforms, so, and other communication platforms. So I don't want it to be misinterpreted or there to be any misinformation about what communication was provided initially. The town hall meeting was actually held here in Chambers, and we had enlarged maps of the different proposals, Proposal 1 and Proposal 2. And so as we move forward, and their Proposal 2 came about because of comments by a request from the Ward Councilmember Butler regarding his area. And then there was other concern. I think we made changes in Ward A as well. And so if we want to move forward and provide more information, we definitely can do that. But I caution us of getting into sharing with people unless you're checking every address on the street before sending out that communication, getting ahead of the Fulton County Board of Elections, who will send out new voter registration cards, and actually communicating and sharing information to the public to make sure in the utility bill, the link to this map is there and the phone number for the clerk's office so that people can call and that information can be shared with them. I don't see any other lights at this time. So if there's going to be something shared in the utility bill, again, that would be a vote of council. We need to say what that is so that staff can then make sure that that happens if that's the desire of council. And then Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to make a motion that we share the information in the utility bills, that we provide the link or the information as to where they could go to check their address to see what ward they're now currently in. So that is my motion.
What about calling the clerk's office
Oh, yes, and that too.
and the information about when the voter registration cards would be?
Yes, all of that information is to be included.
It's been moved and properly seconded that there be communication in the utility bill shared with residents that shares the link, the web address directly to the GIS map where they can insert their address, as well as the phone number for the city clerk and the information about when the voter registration cards will be mailed out by the county. Any discussion on that motion? I have discussion. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. Just a question, as Mr. The IT Director Maurice brought the site up, the GIS map was in the banner. Has that been removed? The red banner? So that there would be some sort of navigation to get there on the website. It was there previously, but I don't know if it's still there.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I was outside.
You can go to eastpointcity.org. The question is if the red banner is still at the top of the page. It's blue now.
I didn't see it. It's usually red, so I didn't see it.
It will be there. We just update because the streaming would not be there on today.
So it will be red instead of blue?
Yeah, it will be red. We just wanted to bring attention to the streaming not be available for tonight, and then we're going to change it back to red.
And one other question. While many of us do understand what approved local reapportionment map means, should we use something more lay in terminology that will allow people to exactly know what this link is sending them to?
So, Mr. King, that's probably for you around communication. I know we have an interim communications director. We should indicate it in the way that people can understand that your ward has been changed, your ward may have been changed, and here's a link to where you can go. But you all can. Mr. King.
Yes, Mayor, we could definitely make that an addition to as well, definitely.
Anything else, Councilmember Gordon?
No, that's it. Thank you.
And I have
Member Shropshire and Councilmember Cook.
I have one more. If we can also include it on social media with the link where they can click and it'll give them that information.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And please consider this suggestion. Over the last year, I know I have probably gotten to the ward map, maybe 2 different routes. One is through planning and zoning, and one is the way it was just done this evening. Would we consider having one central spot to find the ward maps with all the necessary details located there, and that we are consistent on that location. So each time you're looking for it, you don't take a different route to get there. And that information is generally controlled by one entity, so we can maintain its correctness. Ward map I brought up maybe a week ago, I could tell it was really controlled by Fulton County because of the type of detail that's there. And not the map I think we were just shown this afternoon, but there's another map that if you click on it at least 3 times, I think it is, not only do you have the home address, but you also have the listed property owners to appear on that map. That map, I think, may be controlled by Fulton County. But for the average citizen who really wants to know where they are, what ward they are in, color-coded, whatever, we need to be at least consistent as to the mapping for that particular bit of information. Because what we don't need to do is add to the frustration of how you get there by having a different route each time. I've done it directly, I've done it through planning and zoning, and I've almost gotten different results each time I've done it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is update on reopening of a municipal court. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. We have Judge Oliver here, who's going to give us an update on the courts. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The update on opening of court. So first and foremost, the court has always been open. We've been open hybrid, and originally it was just virtual. From March 13th, 2020 was the first case that we did virtual. It was an inmate calendar, and then thereafter, we've maintained both virtual and hybrid. And some people may not know what the hybrid means. It means that if you are not able to, or you do not want to be on virtual, that you can come in person into the court. Originally, there were some issues with structural issues. Those have been basically resolved. There's a couple of things that I do believe the court administrator is still working on, but for the most part, it should keep us in line with going back in for our trials in October. The benefits that we've had from doing things virtually have been tremendous, especially with those people who have been dislocated or relocated because of COVID, and they're in other states and other parts of the state of Georgia, as well as other parts of the country, and some even out of the country, have been able to come to court and resolve their issues virtually. We've had some people who have had issues with their hearing. Previously, the systems in the court were up to the point where we can do some hearing aid issues, but now a lot of people have TDD, and so they're able to do that from home. So they're able to use their own devices so that they can actually hear. So there's been some great benefits to doing things virtually. Of course, there are some pitfalls to that too. Trials need to be in person, and so we are anxiously looking forward to doing those trials in person in October. It is our desire to continue to do a hybrid for those things that are preliminary in nature. Preliminary things being arraignments and pre-trials and those things that will not allow for people to have to get off their job for a full 8 hours when they can come to court for 2 hours and get the issue resolved from where they are, so that they're not coming in to say not guilty after giving up a whole day of work or not being able to be there physically. We're still able to deal with those. So I'm not quite sure what else was asked at the last meeting, or if there's anything that I need to address, but I'm certainly here to answer those questions.
Thank you, Judge Oliver, Councilmember Shropshire, and Councilmember Butler. Councilmember Butler and Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Judge Oliver, for being open. I know the court has been open through pandemic and everything. I understand that this hybrid model is successful in that it has allowed more people to come to court. And do you have an idea as to how dramatic that has been to get more people to come to court because of this hybrid system? That's one question, and I have another one for you.
So to answer the first question, when we first started, there may have been maybe 40, 50 per session. Now there's an average of 100 per session that are docketed for court. So we're able to see them without having to squeeze them into 170, 127. The courtroom only holds 127, including us. And so when you think about the number of people who come to court, even if it's 50, it's normally more between 75 and 100 because they don't come alone. So those extra people are now able to be with their family wherever they are, if that's what they like. So numbers, I can't tell you, because if you recall, when we first started COVID, our numbers of officers were not the same as they are now. So there's been an increase in things that travel through the court in and of itself, simply because we have a staffing of officers that we did not have before. So it's very difficult for me to answer that question without doing a deep dive into the numbers. And I can certainly do that. It's just difficult to answer it on the fly because this is a different situation and numbers of officers that we have.
Well, let me say it this way. It's my understanding that there has been a reduction in people not showing up for court, that there has been an increase in people showing up for court because they have this hybrid system. Is that correct?
It is correct that there has been more people who are able to show up virtually than in person, and we don't have the same level of excuses. We also don't have the same excuses from attorneys to say they have conflicts, because they can be somewhere else and they can still appear here with us, and it doesn't hold us up and have us having as many cases being continued on and on and on for purposes of the attorney not being able to show. So that has been a benefit. Of course, the staff also notifies people when they don't show up, and some of them immediately come right to court within that same hour so that they don't end up with FTAs or bench warrants, because in the background, the court administrator and their staff are making those phone calls to people. They're saying, hey, you're missing court. We're here, we're here, we're here. You need to come in. Some of them will come in person if they live close enough, and others will go ahead and get on the link. If they don't get on the link for court, then the clerk's office has a catch-all date. So they get put on a catch-all date. So the suspending of licenses and the bench warrants are not nearly as high as they used to be from that perspective, because the staff is working behind the scenes to notify people, whereas before, where everything was just, you get your ticket, you show up, and there's no additional follow-up. That follow-up is there now because of the virtual environment.
And my final question is my understanding that other municipalities are following this hybrid model too very successfully?
There are some communities that are doing strictly virtual. So I don't know whether they're doing hybrid, but I do know some that are doing strictly virtual, some that are doing hybrid, and then some that are in person. Most of the ones that are in person never had the ability to do hybrid in the first place, either because of finances or because of the resources in of itself. In other words, they may be too far out and not have the same bandwidth. So there are some that are like that. So if you look across the state, you'll see all different types of manners in which people are coming to court. I have found that the hybrid environment is actually the better than just saying get online, because there are some people who don't have the capability. So being able to come in person is beneficial to those that can't get online or don't have the aptitude to do so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My colleague actually asked the question that I was going to ask in reference to other municipalities. Do you see this as a new norm? Because it seems like it's more efficient. It fast tracks a lot of caseloads. And thank you for this update.
So I do think it's the new norm, not just because it seems beneficial to us, but because statewide, our judicial council has told us that hybrid and virtual is not going away. It's not. We need to learn how to exist with it and use it to the benefit of the court and the citizens that we serve, because at the end of the day, we are servants for the community, and we don't want to make it difficult. We want to make sure that we are improving access to the courts and not limiting it. And the reality is, in the past where everyone had to come down in person, there were some limitations, and I don't think I won't say we didn't care about them, because we would say, hey, set aside all your business and show up at court. That was the mandate, and we still say that. But there is now more access to the courts because of the hybrid and the virtual environment. And there are some cases that, frankly, do need to be in person, do need to have an officer standing next to you to make sure you understand that there are rules that you must follow. And we look at those cases one by one and determine which ones have to come in. And so there are some people that I indicate you must come in person. You are not a good candidate for the virtual environment. So yes, I do believe it is the new norm. I do know that quite a few courts are operating in that manner, and it's beneficial to them. It's beneficial to the citizenry that we serve.
I yield, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Anyone else? All righty, that's my light. That's all light. Anything else, Councilwoman Shropshire?
No, I just want to say thank you, Judge Oliver, for coming and giving an update. And we will follow your lead as to however you feel that there's a need for the hybrid, virtual, and the what is it? The other one?
The preliminary.
Yes.
Pre-trials. The
Pre-trial,
yeah.
yes.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. You all have a wonderful
You
evening.
too. Next up, update on City Auditorium, Councilwoman Shropshire.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. If you can give us an update on the City Auditorium, on where we are with that project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shropshire, Mayor Council. Currently, we're finishing up the design development phase of the project. And currently also we have staff through our various IT departments and police and fire. We're doing a low voltage package, and that includes the camera surveillance, includes security, fire suppression, everything goes on with the IT, so that we can marry that up with when the design completion is done for the project. So currently working on that. And then hopefully the goal will be to have that package together for you all, which will come back to you all for a decision on the vendor who will provide the low voltage systems in the next couple of months. That's the goal we're working on. So the team that we've assembled will be similar to what we've assembled for City Hall in terms of having everyone represented at the table, including the contractor, which is the Winter Johnson Group, and the architect firm, which is Moody Nolan firm as well. And currently we're working on coordinating with them key items that we want to see in terms of oversight for the project when construction begins. And so that's going on underway right now as well. Then after that, we're also looking at the furniture component, which will come after we deal with that aspect of it and the internal design of the building itself. And so right now we're on point where we're looking at design completion with all the components working in unison with the interior design, along with also the low voltage package. Hopefully by the time we get toward the middle of the late fall, possibly October. And then we hope to go from there where we come back to you for the financial package that comes later on after that, which we see adding up to the revenue bond financing, which we have our teams working on, hopefully by the time we get to the month of November.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any lights. Do we have any committee reports, Councilmember Cook or Councilmember Bailey? Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Bailey, do you have any reports from the Council Human Resources Committee that is in our ordinances? All right, next up, adoption of council agenda. Do we have a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Renee.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the council agenda as printed.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, approval of city council minutes from the August 21st meeting, regular meeting of council. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Renee.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the city council regular meeting minutes from August 21st, 2023 at 6:30 p.m.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is our public hearing. I will turn it over to the interim city attorney to read the rules for the public hearing and then ask for a motion to open it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Public hearing procedures. Before, let me go wrong one. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Public hearing procedures. Public hearing shall be advertised as per ordinance. The presiding officer will call for a motion to open and close the hearing. Those in favor of the subject will speak first for a total of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Those who oppose the subject will then speak for a total of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Speaker may give a total of 3 minutes to another speaker after all those present have had an opportunity to speak. Residents will be given first priority to speak. After all residents have been given an opportunity to speak, non-residents may speak. By majority vote, the council may increase the total time for each side of the subject to a total of 30 minutes per side. Each side will be given the same amount of time. Speakers must adhere to the rules of decorum. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to open the public hearing on the fiscal year 2023-2024 millage rate? Councilmember Cook.
Madam Mayor, I move that we open the public hearing on the discussion of the millage rate for fiscal year 23 through 24.
Second.
Moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The public hearing is now open. Before I invite people up to speak, Mr. King, you have a presentation by staff.
Yes, Madam Mayor, council members. We're going to have Jeffrey Jackson, our tax coordinator, will come up and give a brief presentation for us prior to opening up for public comment.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. State requirements require us to disclose that the following: Official Code of Georgia 48-5-32 requires each levying and recommending authority to annually publish the assessed taxable value of all property by class and in total. The proposed millage rate for the levying and recommending authorities' purposes for the current calendar year, and assess taxable values and millage rates for each of the immediately preceding 5 calendar years. The advertisement must also indicate the percentage increase and total dollar for each year advertised. Official Code of Georgia 48-5-32.1 requires each levying and recommending authority to complete a rollback millage rate. On the screen is going to show the 5-year millage rate ad that we have been advertising. It goes from the year 1920 to 23-24. This year, our real and personal values will be at $2,093,834,173. The motor vehicle for 23-24 is $4,642,490. Mobile homes are at $76,919. Heavy equipment is at $36,000. The gross total of all those together, $2,098,589,582. Less the exemptions, which total $116,785,654. That's going to give you your net total of $1,981,803,928. We're proposing a millage rate of 13, and the net millage rate will be 13. The net taxes levied, of that will be $25,763,451. The increase of $4,489,154 over last year. That is a 21.10% increase. The rollback millage rate would be 11.91. And the reason we're having these 3 public hearings is because we are proposing over the rollback millage rate at 13.00, which is the same millage rate that we had last year. That's an increase over the rollback rate of 9.15. This slide will show you the history of the city of East Point millage rate. As you can see, back in January of 2004, in the year 2014, our millage rate was 15 mills. It stayed that way until January of 2017. In the year 2018, the millage rate was decreased by 13.89. In the year 1920, it stood steady at 13.45. We reduced it again in the year 21 to 13.25, reduced it again in January of 22 to 13, and we're submitting to keep it at 13 for the year 23. The city of East Point, this is the millage rate comparison as far as the revenues. In the year 2014, the revenue collected was $10,952,273. That's an increase all the way to 23. We are proposing to collect $25,763,451. This slide is explaining the values of the home from 22 to 23. A home with a value of $113,746.50 would have an assessed value minus the 2000 homestead exemption of $43,498.60. If you use the 13 millage rate, that's going to give your taxes on that particular property at $564.48. The 23 year, that same home, we're going to use that 9.13 increase in value. That's going to take that fair market value of that home to $124,131.56. That same assessed value minus the 2,000 would make that one $47,652.63. Using the millage rate of 13, that's going to put the tax of that particular property at $619.49. That is an increase of $55.01 over from last year. Per month, it's an increase of $4.59. Per day, it's an increase of 15 cents. When we start discussing the HTR credit that was approved by the state, that's an $18,000 increase, one-time increase, a decrease of your assessed value. That value that would have been $47,652.63 this year will then be taxed at $29,652.63. Using the millage rate, that's going to take that property taxes down to $385.48, which is a reduction of $234.49. And that concludes the presentation.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, is there anyone who would like to come forward and speak in favor of the recommended millage rate for 2023-2024 of 13 mills? Anyone who would like to come forward and speak in favor of the recommended millage rate? Is there anyone who would like to come forward and speak in favor of the recommended millage rate for 2023-2024 of 13 mills. Is there anyone who would like to come forward and speak in opposition to the recommended millage rate of 13 mills for 2023-2024?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Looking at this chart, and I couldn't pull it up on my computer because of the side was cut off. I propose that we use the rollback rate of 11.91 millage rate. There's not anybody in this building whose house assessment is $29,000. No. And you saw what that would be, $385. We're not a rich city. Jobs have not shot up with income like that. We have families with child care. We have families with higher mortgages that have recently moved here. And we have folks like me who don't pay a cent. It's not fair to charge 13 millage rate by saying how it has dropped from 2010. In 2010, the value of a mill was way less than it is now. If it was $800,000, that's like saying the value of a mill now is $2,865,000. That's the difference. We have come $15 million in assessed value in property taxes in 10 years. And what are the residents getting from it? You will still make more than you collect more, bill more than you billed last year at 11.91. And still have more than enough money that you're throwing away, residents not seeing. I mean, it's unthinkable. And I think it's most unfair for just one example of a house with 113,000 value. That's not even a tool shed in my backyard. And here we have houses. What's the value of yours? Mine was last appraised at $550,000. I won't sell because where am I going to go buy something that I can't afford with that? And that's all around us because of the infill homes that are being done by investors. You need to think about the people who live here now. They can't afford it. And one more thing, was the money for the $18,000 reduction estimated in the budget that was passed? Do you know that?
We can't answer questions at this point.
Oh, well, do you
But
know that?
the question is noted. The question is noted in the public hearing.
Well, somebody needs to answer. This is a hearing.
It's a hearing,
Look, I was a council member and I was mayor.
You were.
I know what the difference between a hearing and when it comes to property taxes. This is our money.
Interim
This is our money.
interim city attorney, one of us only can speak at a time. Interim city attorney, can you please read the rules again? Because in a public
doesn't
hearing,
have
we
to
don't
read
go
the
back and
rules.
forth.
I can
And I'm sure
recite
as
it.
serving 10 years in this city, you're aware of that.
I can recite.
Interim
it.
city attorney.
Don't waste folks' time. Thank you.
Well, I mean, just to be clear, for anyone else who comes up, because someone who served for 10 years suggested that this is a question and answer section of the agenda, and that's not this by our rules.
Should I read them again, Member?
Yes, please.
Public hearing shall be advertised as per ordinance. The presiding officer will call for a motion to open and close the hearing. Those in favor of the subject will speak first for a total of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Those who oppose the subject will speak for a total of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Speakers may give a total of 3 minutes to another speaker after all of those present have had an opportunity to speak. Residents will be given first priority to speak. After all residents have been given an opportunity to speak, non-residents may speak. By majority vote, the council may increase the total time for each side of the subject to a total of 30 minutes per side. Each side will be given the same amount of time. Speakers must adhere to the rules of decorum. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Anyone else who would like to come speak in opposition to the FY 2023-2024 proposed millage rate of 13 mills.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Anna Adams. I live on 2187 Noonan Street, Ward B, and I would like to speak in opposition of the proposed millage rate. Slide 2 of the presentation is referencing OCGA 45-5-32, and one of the listed requirements includes the publication of the assessed taxable values and millage rates for each of the immediately preceding 5 calendar years. Today's presentation on slide 3 does not seem to fulfill this requirement. Only 4 of the 5 historical years are presented. The numbers for fiscal year 18-19 are missing. You can see the empty column where the values should be included. I ask that you please add the missing year as per requirement. Speaking of slide 3, which shows the current tax digest and the history of the levy. When you add in the numbers for the missing year 18-19, then you will realize 2 things. And if that is done, the numbers will speak for that. The net taxes increased from the missing year to the next year, so the 0% increase number needs to be corrected. More importantly, the numbers will show that the property taxes will have almost doubled in the last 5 years, irrespective of the one-time help from government to pay some of the taxes this year. Still speaking of slide number 3, I am confused and concerned that the millage rollback rate is calculated based on 2022 tax digest and not the 2023 tax digest. Why is that the case? Did the city not get a 2023 tax digest? And what is the additional tax burden on residents when the property tax bill goes out this year, which will be based on the 2023 property values? I'm also opposing this proposal because the presentation does not explain why a millage rate of 13 is warranted. The budget for fiscal year 24 is based on a tentative millage rate of 13, but more importantly, a property tax revenue of roughly $22 million, rounded. If you can find that number on page number 61 of the budget. So the budget was based on 22 million revenue from property taxes. However, the request here today is to collect property taxes in the amount of $26 million. My question is, why does the city need an extra $4 million to operate this fiscal year, just a few months after the budget was passed? And what specifically will those $4 million be used for that is not already in the budget of fiscal year 24? I would be very curious to hear what that is so we know what the trade-off is should those $4 million not be collected. If the council knows, please educate me, as this information is not in the presentation. And if my logic is not sound, please educate me on how the budget, millage rate, and property tax work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition? Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Carrie Ziegler. I live at 947 Parkside Terrace. And I'm against keeping the millage rate the same. I think we should drop it lower. It looks like that there's going to be a $50 increase per year. That is if the value of the home is the same as what's in the presentation. So many of us cannot afford that kind of increase. A quarter of us are in poverty. Many people line up for free food giveaways. And you know, there's a lot of people that are doing that, and they're not going to be able to afford an increase in their taxes, whether it's in their rent or in their mortgage.
Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition of the millage rate?
Good evening. Marie Terry, 2855 Seven Road. I guess y'all heard the word. We do not want our millage rate raised, lower it. lower it to 11 point, and I say lower it to 10. But y'all have heard the residents speak, and y'all need to kind of get yourself joined accordingly. I can't afford that high thing myself. I'm out giving out free food myself to the residents. Y'all need to look after the residents of this city. Lower the millage rate. That's all I can say. So I agree with everybody that come up here. I agree. I totally agree. Lower it.
Anyone else like to speak in opposition? Anyone else would like to speak in opposition to the proposed FY 2023-2024 millage rate? Anyone in opposition? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing, please?
Madam Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments this evening?
Yes, ma'am, we have 13 public comments.
All right. Chapter 2, Section 2-2002BB, Rule 28. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Speakers must complete a comment form prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers that have signed up to speak may give all or a part of their time up to 3 minutes to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, you can call the first speaker.
Up first, we have Mr. Tom Trimble, and he had time given to him by James Moon, so he'll have 6 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay? Oh, okay, good. I'm very surprised because myself and other citizens have been standing at this very microphone for almost 2 months now, trying to get you to take action against City Manager Darren King for not doing his job. And yet, almost 2 months later, nothing. So I just figured the mic wasn't working. Turns out you were ignoring us. Well, I'm not going to be ignored. And neither are my fellow residents. You may sit there in your chairs. You may have smug looks on your faces. You may not answer our questions. But what you won't do is ignore us. Now, I'm not going to get emotional. I'm not going to yell. I'm not going to scream. I just want to talk to you for a second. Why are you here? Seriously, like why? Why are you giving up your time to be here? Because it doesn't feel like you're serving your constituents. It doesn't feel that way to us. I want to explain something to you. Everybody's all upset because we've lost almost $1 million. You know what? You can lose money and get that back. In some instances, you can lose your health and get that back. Do you know what you can't lose and get back? Your integrity, your trustworthiness. Hear me, Mayor and City Council. With every day that goes by, you do not provide us with accountability and transparency. A little chip of your trustworthiness goes away. A little chip of your integrity goes away. Mayor Ingram, on July 20th, you sat right there and you said, this is horrible. We didn't know anything about it. It's been 2 years. I didn't know any, as the mayor of this city, I didn't know anything about this, but I'll promise you this, that we're going to move forward with complete transparency. Well, you failed. Like, when did you even start? Do we need to Google the definition and read it to everybody because we're not seeing it? Now, that night, you said that you had no idea about the missing money until July 17th. 2 years went by, and as the head of this city, you had no idea. And council members have said, you have no idea. And you expect us to believe you. Well, it doesn't compute, because if I believe you, city council, if I believe you, Madam Mayor, if I believe you that y'all didn't know anything about this, then that means your leadership is so ineffective that people who are supposed to be reporting to you don't feel like it's important enough to do so. That would make me mad. If I were the mayor, I'd be really hacked off. If I were a city council person and I'd been left in the know for 2 years, I'd be really mad. But instead, you're not. I want to think the best of people. But you know what? This happened in an election year where, Madam Mayor, I believe you were up for election, and I believe that we had some other council members up for election across some of the wards. And we've really been beating up Mr. King. Well, now I and many of the other citizens are beginning to say, maybe they did know. Maybe they knew and they just didn't want us to know because it was election year. Maybe it could have kept them from keeping their seat as council person or as mayor. Those are the two choices you've given us. You've given us the choice to either A, believe what you told us, and then we have no other choice but to think that you're all completely ineffective, or B, question what you told us and wonder if you're telling us the truth. Those are the only two choices that you've given us, because you're not giving us any information. You're not giving us any transparency, and you will hear this meeting after meeting after meeting until I start seeing some transparency and some accountability. We just want to think that our government is protecting us. So what do you want your legacy to be? As an ineffective leader or as a liar? Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Sharon Lovett.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. You all started off the meeting speaking about the terrible incident with the two guys from Morehouse, and my deepest condolences go to their family. But we also have a problem with speeding, and we've been talking about this for years. Now, I don't see them speeding on Church Street like they do on Delowe. Me and my neighbors have decided to rename Delowe as Delowe 500, like Daytona 500. We've been asking and begging for years for a speed detector, and we still need it. So can you all please do something ASAP? Most cities don't do anything for their residents. However, East Point does. Me, my family, my neighbors enjoy the WWD, whether you agree to it or not, okay? It's something for the residents. You do stuff for other folks, and nothing is said or complained about that. We also know that all of that money for the WWD is from the motel hotel, okay? There are other events that are subsidized by the general fund, which is our money. But you don't hear anybody complaining about that. Ward A, Lance, I'm supporting you. Okay. I am concerned about the state of our city, our finances, and our impact it has on our community. I really hate this happened in 2021. We had 2 different city council members that are no longer here. And everybody know that everybody did know that it happened. You were informed, maybe no details or whatever, but you all were informed. So we do need accountability. In the past, every job I ever been on, if a person did something incorrect or illegal or whatever, they would be reprimanded, then put on probation. If they didn't approve, then they were terminated. Yes, there should be more accountability and transparency. And yes, there should be an independent audit and a form of check and balance in place. Now, to my understanding, the Secret Service and the FBI are involved and will inform the city of their outcome, which you all will inform us. But there are so many negative people out there, especially on Facebook, you know, talking about the mayor and city council, which is not helping the situation at all. But I wonder if they would do a better job themselves. I really hate this happened to our city, and Darren, I still support you. As I always state, if the city council stay committed, show accountability, transparency, and try to get along with each other for the good of our city and the residents, this will be a better place to live. Thank you. And y'all don't have to clap me, I don't care.
Up next, we have Ms. Marie Terry.
Again, good evening, Mayor and Council. Marie Terry, 2855 Seven Road. If, like she said, if, the big word is if, you don't have no transparency, you don't have no accountability. This city been going down for the last 8 years. I know. First of all, I want to talk about where I stay at, which is River Park. Seven Road grass, the right-of-way, Palm Drive, the cars are being fixed on Palm Drive, and the drugs activity. And the campaign signs, I'm glad y'all spoke about that. Are y'all putting forth the code against campaign signs? Are you guys ordering that the code enforcement pick up signs? Because I've noticed a lot of signs of mine that's been missing in Ward A, which y'all rezoned that area. In Ward A, y'all said it was zoned for to be. I have walked that area. I put my signs out. The code enforcement told me they're not picking them up. So I have seen some signs in that area where my signs is, and the signs is Lance Robinson signs. Mine have disappeared. Just want to let you know that. And also I see that the city manager has not been put on administration leave. And I don't know if you guys can start your applications of looking for one. And the intern city attorney has not been replaced. And again, I want to say about our laws that we have in this city, when you have restaurants and bars, I wonder if those restaurants and bars are living up to the laws that we have in this city. Because you got a lot of them in the communities that's being open too long. And I hope that you guys are putting forth the laws in this city in residential areas that can protect the residents of this city. Now, in my area on Cleveland Avenue, the Amico, the Chevron, I was told by Chief Buchanan, but that was protected. I beg to differ. It's not being done. Over there on Lyle Street, I have videoed. Now, y'all are going to be held accountable for these issues. We have come before you guys so many times. We have click fix. You guys, hey, all 4 of you guys with that money, and then the other 4 that's coming up in 2025, all you guys need to just get up and walk out. Give up your seats. Because that money that's missing, I believe you guys knew. I really do. I really, really do. I have had a lot of encounters with you guys during my time here in this city, and it hadn't been a good encounter. And I look at the residents, I'm a resident for one myself. I do not like what I see, I do not like what I hear. So you guys need to get your codes in order. Y'all need to be held accountable. Because this city and these neighborhoods, I don't see nothing being done. Haven't seen anything being built. Commons area, now you're talking about the city auditorium. What about the Commons area? What about Willingham Corridor? What's going on? How y'all skip so far? But it'll get done during the fall. My roads and my streets, come on you guys. Y'all steady blowing smoke. Now the smoke is on your end. So y'all have to deal with that. Won't no mask cover what's been missing.
Up next, we have Mr. Tom Wardlow.
Madam Mayor, City Council person.
Press the mic so we
Wow.
can hear you. Oh, it's on. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, City Council persons, thank you for hearing us. I'm blistered and I'm just sitting back there. So there are issues apparently. I'm a new resident, by the way. I live in Egan Park, 1301 Mercer. I'm the president of the Association for Egan Park. And there are a lot of good things that are happening locally with us. In the background, I hear this noise about $1 million and big credibility and the ability to see what's going on. My own experience has been that the city representatives, whether elected officials or hired staff, tend to hide a lot. I'm sorry, I don't like that. I've been told, oh, well, you can't get that because that's a court decision. What? I can't know what the court said? How is that? I can't know what the law is. I can't know the agreements that this city signs with private companies. Why is that? Whose order is that? So when I hear all these other people talking about things they've seen that aren't getting done, even though we say we're going to do them, I get disappointed. Now, my area, coming up here on Thursday is my community meeting. Egan Park Neighborhood Association, you're all welcome. It's at 7 o'clock Thursday night. It's at the Divine Unity Missionary Baptist Church on Harrison at the, let's see, what is that corner? Rugby. Please come see what a little community organization does. Get things done. We're going to have here Halloween. Okay, it's out there in the future, but we like every year to have kids in our neighborhood. So I want it to be a safe neighborhood.
So, Mr. Wardlow, if you don't talk into the mic, we're not going to be able to get it on
Okay,
the
I'm
recording.
so sorry. I do want my neighborhood to be safe. I have been pursuing an issue with one of the motels, which has a long-standing history of illegal activity, and it has been attended to, sort of, but I can't find out what the city did to attend to it. I can't get it from the police chief. I can't get it from the council. I can't get it from the attorney. I don't know who knows what's going on, but whoever it is, they're not sharing it. And so when you hear people saying, hey, what's going on? Nobody knows what you're doing. I'm sorry. I really do appreciate that. I'm not sorry that I appreciate, but I appreciate the city being willing to hear us and our complaints. I would ask you, please, people are putting their time and energy and their love into this government. Please, please respect us.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Up next, we have Mrs. Jean Wilson Yancey.
She just stepped out, so if you can go to the next speaker and she'll be back in.
Up next, we have Mrs. Ernestine Pittman, and she had time given to her by Mr. Kenneth Yancey, so she'll have 6 minutes.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. First, I want to speak about the East Point rental policy. As currently written, it is most unfair to the residents. Individual council members or the number of council members that do not constitute a quorum are given free access to all public buildings without a waiver or vote from the mayor and council. I emailed a waiver request to each of you, mayor and council, today because I was unable to speak to anyone in the clerk's office. As stated in the email, I am asking you to vote on my request tonight. I understand now that since I sent it to your East Point email address, you don't have it. So I can read it to you. I can get back on this thing here. Okay. All right. It says, to each council member, good afternoon. Please see the attachment below. I have been unable to talk to anyone in the clerk's office since 11:30 a.m. I left voicemails because no one answered the phones. Then there's an attachment, and it clearly says that I am asking Mayor and Council for a waiver for September 30th, 2023, from 11 o'clock a.m. to 1 o'clock p.m. to have a town hall meeting in the City Annex Auditorium. I am asking for a waiver of the hours from 5 hours to 2 hours, since the policy says it has to be a minimum of 5 hours. I don't know of many activities residents would have around here that would cause them to want to rent that annex for 5 hours. So I'm asking that 5 hour be minimum be reduced to 2 hours. And I'm also asking a waiver of fees because that were done for a council member back on July the 15th. 2-hour meeting, no fees were paid, not even the insurance. However, I'm not asking a waiver for the insurance. So I'm asking tonight for that waiver. Secondly, I wanted to send that to the city clerk so you all could have that. Secondly, the email sent by the city clerk, McCullough, concerning political signs was amended in an ordinance number 040-015, deleting section 2 that states temporary political signs, a sign that is erected in private yards and along roadways informing residents of candidates for office. No sign shall be located within 15 feet of the public right-of-way at a street intersection, nor over the right-of-way. That section 2 was deleted by Mayor Peters on October the 19th, 2015. Here's the ordinance here. So that is number one. So if there's any other ordinance that has been passed since then that needs to be put out there so residents and candidates alike will know. Also, I want to state, I've been talking to people who don't know what street they live on. The simplest way to inform residents in this city without a lot of hula is to state the names of those streets that were in Ward A that are now in Ward B, those that were in Ward B that are now in whatever ward, and C to D. As the candidate can see, I have inherited 16 streets in Ward D. That's simple. a person looking on there. I looked at the map. The map does not give me a single house number on a street where mine stop, Ward C, and D starts, Ward D. That would have to come from somewhere else, and that needs to be stated. Whoever did the street mapping from the maps after the 2021 reapportionment did an excellent job. They posted from here from the city, all streets in A, B, C, and D to include what side of the street and the number. That's not here now. And you don't get that on a map. So I'm asking that you go back, amend the motion you took here tonight. List those streets. Headland Drive. One side is Ward C, one side is Ward A. They're below. One side is A, part of it's A, part of it is C, but it's not on the map. The numbers are not there. That I have not been able to find. So hopefully, we're going to get all of that straightened out, and I will get the waiver. I'm asking you to do that. And I am still, the only thing that would complicate things would be for me to be given a legal document that says the annex cannot be rented to someone who's a candidate for office. Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Joan Lattimore.
Can you hear me? Oh, good. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm Joan Lattimore, 1252 Lyle Avenue. I just have a major concern with the 1300 Pine area and Bayard Street, the hazardous waste dump site that's there, that's been there for years now. All the partying, drug dealing. I think there was a shooting about 2 weeks ago. Someone got shot, but he didn't die. My thing is, are we going to wait for a resident to get killed before we do something? And then there's a lawsuit against East Point. Because I know you guys know about it. I complain and complain about it. We're tired of it. Really, really tired. I have two neighbors that they can't sit outside because all of the drug dealing and the streetwalkers and everything else that goes on down there. It's too much. And we're tired. I mean, I know they can do something about it. Something has to be done about it. Thank you.
Up next, we have Mr. Ralph Berry. And he had time given to him by Ruth Fleming, so he'll have 6 minutes.
Ralph Berry, 2502 Jefferson Terrace in Ward B. On September 8th, 2021, when city officials discovered that East Point had been defrauded of $1.2 million, they contacted the city's insurance broker, Eileen Frank, to ask if our insurance would cover the loss. 2 years later, we still don't have an answer. Like some of you, I've been trying to figure out why. After reading the cybersecurity claim timeline, which city officials provided to council last month, I've come up with 3 reasons. First, early in the claims process, after East Point failed to follow Eileen Frank's instructions, Frank appears to have become much less attentive to our case. On September 13th, 5 days after the fraud's discovery, Iris Jesse sent Frank, our broker, 25 pages of documents related to the fraud and a brief synopsis of how it occurred. The next morning, September 14th, Frank replied with a lengthy message saying the synopsis, quote, does not clearly detail to an external reader what happened and so would not be clear to the insurers. Frank then goes on to list the additional information needing, saying that East Point, quote, must significantly improve the claim submission. Over the next 48 hours, Frank sends several lengthy emails explaining what East Point needs to do to strengthen its claim, offering to help, and adding that time is short. The policy expires in 9 days. On September 16th, Jesse replies to Frank's increasingly urgent emails saying that although East Point has no information to add at this time, the city manager wants Frank to go ahead and submit the unimproved claim. We can only guess at Frank's reaction. Over the next weeks, Jesse and others email Frank several times. Frank never responds. So my second reason is that if, as it appears, Frank became less attentive to our case after September 16th, then our city officials didn't seem alarmed about it. Or if alarmed, they never took the energetic steps needed to get Frank's attention back on the case. On October 15th, 2021, Frank ended her month-long silence, CCing Jesse on an email to the insurance claims agent. Frank tells the agent to correct several errors in the claims document. And then in a separate email, she promises Jesse to follow up in a week if the agent doesn't send a new document. Jesse never receives the new document, and Frank never follows up with Jesse. When after 2 weeks, Jesse emails Frank asking about the document, Frank ignores her question. If the timeline is accurate, no one from East Point ever followed up with Frank to demand that she give us an answer. At this point, email contact between East Point and the broker becomes less and less frequent. In February 2022, 5 months after the fraud's discovery, Jesse emails Frank requesting an update of our claim, and Frank replies that she needs to check with the insurer. The timeline gives no indication what Frank subsequently told Jesse about our claim, or even whether she got back to her at all. And this gap in the cybersecurity timeline brings me to my third reason. For there is so much information missing from the timeline, so many issues it raises without explaining how they were resolved, so many meetings and phone calls it mentions with no record of what was discussed, that I find myself quoting Eileen Frank. The city's cybersecurity claim timeline does not clearly detail to an external reader what happened, and so would not be clear to the insurer or to anyone else. If this communication with the council is indicative of how the city has been communicating with the broker, then that's the third reason why we still have no answer to our coverage question. Unless the council takes the energetic steps necessary to get our officials' attention back on the case, I don't think East Point should expect to recover our money anytime soon.
Up next, we have Dixon Buena.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Dixon. I live in Ward B, 2023 Bryan. About a little over a year ago, maybe a year ago, there was a shooting in Jefferson Park that there was a special meeting called at the Annex. And I think it was Chief Buchanan's first time there. And we were all concerned about the safety of the citizens of our city. I believe the mayor, you were there as well, and some council members. You know, there was a lot covered about what was going to be done for crime. And I remember asking questions about specific types of crime and was schooled on the difference between violent and nonviolent crime, which of course I already knew. Since then, I'd hoped that crime would improve in East Point. It doesn't seem to have gotten better. It seems to have, well, at least not for the citizens. For the criminals, it seems to have gotten better. There are a lot more car break-ins. I hear from neighbors constantly about the cars being broken into. Nothing really gets done about that. Obviously, we have rampant drug use in some parts of the city. Not enough is being done about that. And I believe just 2 nights ago, somebody was shot in Brookdale Park, where I play tennis sometimes. Could have been me. Luckily, it wasn't. I have some serious concerns about what's going on with the city. I'm concerned to hear that, while it's great that our millage isn't going up, the additional 4 million plus difference in budget, where is that going? Why isn't there an allocation for that to go to the safety of the citizens? Why isn't there an effort to try and improve or hire more people? And if there is, why is there no transparency for it? Then going back to this issue of the missing money, again, we've been told that it was cybersecurity. So it was a crime that started here in this building potentially. And I guess my question is, was that a violent or nonviolent crime? And because it's nonviolent, does that mean that's why we're not looking at it and why we don't have any answers? Thank you.
Up next, we have Tracy Lovett.
My name is Tracy Lovett Stiles, and I reside at 2641 Plantation Drive. My concern is something totally different. I'm concerned about the zoning department. I have lost my mother. Give a little bit of information. I lost my mother July 8th. My house burned down, well, not quite burned down, but I had a house fire Christmas morning the same year. My son died 2 months later. So I've been trying to get back into my home for almost now 2 years. So I've been dealing in my contract, and State Farm has been trying to, and I do apologize for staying here like this. I'm more professional at this, but I'm so frustrated, I'm aggravated, I'm beyond a whole lot of things that I can't say here right now. But we've been calling to the zoning department, and we've been trying to speak with the Santos Bowes. This gentleman is so rude, disrespectful, dismissive, arrogant, and non-respectful. I'm in my office on the phone trying to find out what's going on between him and my contractors, because my contractor is with Livid and he's about to drop me. Mind you, I'm trying to get back in my home. So State Farm sent this, asked this gentleman who builds $4 million millions dollar homes to come and help me, because Serpro did me a disjustice. He comes and try to talk to Mr. Bowles and those in the planning department, and they belittle him so bad. I was so embarrassed. I was so embarrassed. I almost wanted to plead, and I don't beg anyone because I trust and believe in God, my Heavenly Father. But I want, please do not drop me. Don't drop me right now, because I got to start all over again with another contract. Don't stop. But my complaint here, we need to outsource that department. You guys need to go over there and listen to what these guys over here are saying and doing. It takes them 3 weeks to go inspect my home. 3 weeks. There's only 2 inspectors. How is that? This used to be the richest county. When I was growing, this used to be the richest county, the richest city here in Georgia, the richest. The people used to be, the criminals used to be scared to come through East Point because East Point had a reputation. I can't get back into my home. This man plays a game. He turned off my electricity after I had a final June the 22nd. It was final, it was passed. He don't shut down my service. So now Atlanta Gas and Light, which tells me the executive, she says, this is the executive Atlanta Gas and Light said, do they not want the business? Do they not want companies to come through there and to employ the business? The East Point property rate is 28.3% when their average income is $67,805. If you keep taxing the same people, you're not going to get anywhere. We're just going to continue to have a bunch of criminals here. When we got people such as I know people that have businesses. You don't know who knows who, but by the time they see what's going on with you, they don't want to come here. You know what they say? Y'all electricity is too high.
Lastly, we have Ms. Jean Wilson Yancey, but I don't see her. Do you see her, Mayor? I can't see her.
No, I think they left.
Okay, those are all the public comments we have this evening.
All right, thank you to everyone who spoke during public comments this evening. Next up are agenda items. Agenda item number 1, can we get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on the Home Rule Charter Amendment process for an internal auditor? Can we get a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
I
Councilmember
would like to
Shropshire.
make a motion that we open the floor for discussion on the home rule charter amendment process.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Chief, the light facing us is kind of really bright. So I don't know if there's a way to maybe have it go in a corner or somewhere so that we can still get the benefit of having the light. Okay. I think it was our last council meeting. The interim city attorney shared with us a draft ordinance to amend our charter via home rule. The goal is, per the recommendation in the auditor's presentation, recommending that we have an internal auditor report directly to council. The goal of the home rule charter amendment is to create a direct report to council. So information was shared with us. The interim city attorney is recommending that we amend add section 5-109 to our charter to have an internal auditor final report to mayor and council. But I think what the desire is to actually have a new position, or I don't know if it'll be employee or position, that'll be up to council, have an actual direct report to council. And I understand why the interim city attorney is recommending section 5-109 because Article 5 deals with finance, and so that's why I was including it there. But Article 4 also deals with administration, and that's where our city attorney and city clerk, who are direct reports, are as well. And so we could either look at 4-109, or if it stays as 5-109, because the judge is probably also in the judicial section. Municipal court, I'm sorry. The judge is on the municipal court. So we want to keep it on the finance. That would be 5-109. I think the desire is to have a direct report, have a person, a consultant, whether it's employee or consultant report, fill that independent internal auditor function within the city and have that be a direct report to council, not a final report. And so we put it on the agenda tonight so that if there was any feedback that we wanted to provide, we could do that now. I think we probably also need to put it on the work session so that we can flesh this out a little bit more to be able to start that home rule charter amendment process. I believe it requires 3 public hearings. Like, the law is very specific about what we have to do in order to approve by home rule charter amendment. But ideally, we get this done as expeditiously as possible. And so if it requires 3 hearings, we haven't started yet, it's looking like October or November, but we need to make sure that we include the language regarding a direct report to council, meaning a position, a person who actually serves that internal auditor function for the council, or for the city, and have them report directly to council. Any discussion, Councilmember Cook?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I will commend the acting city attorney on his first draft here. The other problem that I see with this ordinance can be worked out if we take this item to a work session. I say that because we need to be very clear as to how large we want the workload to be for the internal auditor. I think it's a given that this position will probably report to the governors here. But before we sign off on this ordinance, let's be clear just how much territory an internal auditor could cover, so that we don't sell ourselves short and have to get back into this business of amending the charter. Because amending the charter is serious stuff. And we don't want to be doing that every year, every 2 years, what have you. You know, because it weakens the strength that the charter has. So I would say the next step ought to be is a good, serious work session that's devoted to everything we could possibly have an internal auditor do. And then break it down to what specifically we would want our internal auditor to do and how to go about it. When you think about everything that position could do, you're going to have two nightmares. One, you're going to have a list of projects that that person or persons could work on. And secondly, the time to actually get any meaningful work done, because you're going to really have to pick and choose where you want to focus and what you want to focus on. It's not just financial issues. You can go so far as to say whether or not a particular program is functioning as efficiently as it should be. Are we actually handling grants as efficiently as we could be? This is all extracurricular activity that's added to what we already have scheduled for financial auditors. And that work won't stop. That work will continue to go on board. I think tonight we got something on here where we're trying to get 21 and 22, 21 finished, 22 started. So don't take the title itself lightly. We're not talking about just bringing on some professional and then we're going to take every Friday afternoon and spend some time telling him where he wants to start, where he needs to start on a Monday. This is going to be a massive process. And I want to make sure we don't cheat the process of amending the charter by something that we want done that doesn't require that much effort. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Cook. So I don't see any other lights. I'll make a few more comments and then we can put this on the September 11th work session. I think we should look at section 4-102, which is the city attorney, and 4-103, which is the city clerk. And then we have the municipal court judge that's under, I think it's in the 6. Yes, chief judge and assistant, section 6-102. So if we look at our other direct report sections, they're not in the charter as explicit. And I think that gives us the ability through ordinance or however we define whether we're doing a consultant or employee, how we define those specific roles. And so September 11th work session, we also received some responses back to the forensic audit solicitation. I believe we received 4 responses back for that. And so we should have that at the September 11th work session for council to be able to review and engage a forensic auditor, hopefully as soon as September the 18th, or if we need more time to review those proposals or even ask questions, like we can decide as we talk about it at the work session, how we like to move forward with that. But once we engage a forensic auditor, I can imagine that they might also have some input or some recommendations as it relates to the function of the internal auditor. And so the September 11th work session, we will be able to discuss this a little bit more, but also have those proposals from the forensic audit solicitation and be able to have a conversation regarding those proposals, initial discussion, and how we want to move forward to also engage a forensic auditor so that we can get a forensic audit going as soon as possible as well. So Madam City Clerk, if you can place this on the September 11th work session agenda. Next up is item number 6, council discussion on resolution of inquiry. Councilmember Gordon and Councilmember Clemens need a motion.
Thank you. There's not a motion.
Motion to open the floor for
I'm sorry,
discussion and possible action if you're going to discuss it.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Robertson? Councilmember Renee? Councilmember Bailey? Councilmember Cummings? Councilmember Cook? Councilmember Butler? I'm sorry, can you? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gordon?
Aye.
Councilmember Shropshire? The motion passed.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. I am bringing this item back to the agenda because per the last meeting, City Manager King stated, well, we didn't have the responses at that time. They're being reviewed. So can you, City Manager, update us?
Yes, ma'am, I sure can. Yes, we have finished the redaction of some items on there, actually just for one question that we had. And so made sure that we were redacting the right information from that was dealing with one particular question. And so we're ready. We should be able to get that to you tomorrow. Actually, I would have had them today. We had some problems that were associated with this whole affair, so we couldn't get it to you today, but we can get that for you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so we were down, internet was down today citywide for most of the day, as was previously stated. So I look forward to receiving those tomorrow. Okay, we'll receive those tomorrow and provide any additional comments from Councilmember Cummings. You don't have anything. I have one other question though. Yeah, I don't know if I need to add it to that one, but my question is regarding the status of our insurance claim. I'm aware that the social engineering fraud has a limit of $100,000, and I know that sometimes it could take a moment to kind of go back and forth with carriers, but I think we owe the people an explanation. Has been brought up tonight. We need to let them know what's actually going on at this time with that.
Ms. Jessie can give you an update. In fact, it's interesting. She has something on the agenda tonight as well, which is dealing with her items for the updating of our insurance. So I can have her come up now, or you can either have her come up during her agenda item, either one.
Now.
Okay, come on up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Councilmember Gordon, we are waiting for letters, memos, or what have you from the Travelers Insurance Company. We were promised that we would have them about maybe 2 Mondays ago, 3 Mondays ago, but we don't have them yet.
Oh, letters or memos, what is that regard? What are they sending you per letter or memo?
I'm not exactly sure what's going to be included in that. Mr. Grant, the claims adjuster, told me that he was working on some correspondence under both policies, crime and cyber, and that he would be sending those to us.
Okay, one last question for the record and for the public. So the social engineering fraud has a $100,000 limit. Are you saying that there could be some considerations under the crime itself?
The initial claim was filed under both policies.
And the limit for the other the other coverage is?
Under crime, I believe it's $1 million.
Okay, and retention, what total, is it still $25,000?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I believe it is.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Jessie. I do have a couple of questions. If you can help us to understand, Mr. Ralph Berry made some interesting comments regarding the timeline for the insurance claim. Could you further elaborate on that? And is it reasonable to think that we will not be able to, based on his timeline and your conversation with Ms. Franks and the claim with the previous insurance company, could you elaborate a little bit about that?
In speaking with the travelers claims adjuster, we have not been told that any lapse or gaps in time would impact the claim. So right now, we're waiting to hear back from them under either crime or cyber. And what I think that they'll do is to tell us what they see the coverage applying to under both those policies.
And my follow-up question is, the conversation that was had with Ms. Franks and her request for more information, could you elaborate on that? Did we not submit or get the information that she required in order to make the claim? Did she not help us make the claim in an appropriate way so that we can be compensated on that? Or please give us some clarity on that, because, yes.
We provided responses to each of the inquiries from JP West representatives. We were sent several requests for police report, a notarized police report, just various information, narratives. I believe the staff in finance redid the narrative several times. At one point, it went to the investigative piece under the police department. And so we were limited, when I say we, in terms of the claim, we were limited as to what we could present. So those emails and those inquiries were sent to the police department, the investigator in charge, to which they responded on many occasions that it was being investigated by the Secret Service.
So I'll conclude my questions with that. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Renee and Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Jessie, I just have a few questions, and they're actually a follow-up question from Mr. Butler. In that report, that 500-page report that you gave us, there was a memo or email from the insurance company that stated that it had closed. Are there any letters now or memos or emails to say or to indicate that it has now been reopened, or they're allowing us to pursue an insurance claim? Is there another email that we can follow through with that?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Renee, those emails were included in the information that we provided. Excuse me, indicating after Mr. Grant spoke with the chief of police that he had no other requests for information. Said he didn't need anything else and he would be back in touch with us. So at one point, I believe he indicated in that email that the claim would be reactivated.
I'll go back and follow up with that email. I didn't see that one.
Yes, ma'am.
But I appreciate that. The other question that I have, they were asking for a forensic on the computer. Are they not asking for that information now? I mean, because it seems like you just stated that the brokers that we had with Travelers Insurance, they only wanted memos or emails. But in the report, they were asking to do a forensic on the computer that had been hacked. Are they not asking for that information or computer anymore?
So the request was for a forensic review of the city's software, the network, and all of that, not one particular computer, because it wasn't a bug or virus. It was an infiltration or a breach into the city's system.
Let me say this. The way it read, it says a computer. And I'm sorry, I'm not speaking in the mic. The way it read, it said a computer. Maybe the way the email is written is misleading, misunderstanding, but from how I read it, and a lot of other people read it, it said a computer. And they were asking for that because they wanted to see I believe they wanted to see the original phishing email, the one that they clicked on to start the hack, to begin with the process. And that computer would have been a great indicator of how all of this had gotten started. So no disrespect, but I mean, I'm finding it. So, okay, so let's say that they did ask for an overall forensic of our security system, our cyber system. Why wasn't that done? Or why? Because nothing indicated even in that email that was even given or provided to the insurance company.
Yes, ma'am. It was included. That was one of the initial steps that the IT department undertook. That's how they knew that a breach had happened. So once they discovered that, the forensic review is a service that is offered by any cyber insurer. As a matter of fact, they don't even wait until there's a problem. They do scans periodically to let us know if they see anything that's strange. And if they do, they alert us. And the IT department, you need to take a look at this area or take a look at that area. So it's not necessarily one laptop or desktop.
But the question was, why was it a forensic? If you're saying it was about our cybersecurity, based on what Maurice said, that we only had the software, the free software that Microsoft gave us at the time. Now, this is what Maurice said. So what I'm asking is, if the insurance company asked for a forensic, and you're saying it wasn't a computer, it was for the cybersecurity systems or software that we had in place or set up, I don't see anywhere where that was even completed or done, or an audit or forensic was done for the city as well. So I'm asking, because they communicated that with your department, I'm asking, why wasn't it done at any level? I didn't see it in the booklet, the pages and I've gone back and I've kind of had time to read it now, and I'm still confused about why that was not done.
It wasn't done by Travelers and their cyber arm, the people that they have on staff or that they contract with. It was not done by them. The IT department utilized professionals that helped to identify and trace how the intrusion happened. One of the reasons we did not use Travelers' cybersecurity personnel was because at the time, the cyber insurance was up for renewal. And we weren't sure if that would have an impact with Travelers having maybe entree into the system that other bidders didn't. And also, we weren't sure, we were treating that from my perspective as a crime scene. We weren't sure what they would be looking at and how far they would go. And we just couldn't ever come together as a team between the police and IT and legal and make a decision to do that.
And I understand that, but you're not answering the question. The question is, why wasn't the insurance company, according to you, you're saying it wasn't a computer, even though that's what it read. Based on your statement, you're saying that the insurance company requested a forensic audit of our software and our cyber system. I understand that you didn't want Travelers to do it, but couldn't you just add an auditor to come in to do an audit on our cybersecurity in our software? That was not done. And so I'm asking, like, because the memo came to you for the request from the insurance company asking for certain things that they needed to complete or to further the investigation so that we could get paid. I'm asking why that was not done.
They did not request it. That was a service that they offered.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. When you go back and you read that again, I asked about like a computer. This is what the insurance requested. They asked for a forensic on the computer. You're saying that it wasn't a computer that they asked for, it was for a forensic on our cybersecurity. I'm asking, why wasn't it done since you received the email?
I think I answered that.
Okay, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. And I don't mean no disrespect. I didn't get the answer. Can you tell me that one more time? And I promise you I'll leave this alone. I just didn't hear it.
I want to provide you the information that you're requesting.
Yes, ma'am.
It is a service that's provided. I don't know if you're recalling a memo from JP West that said that travelers wanted to do one. I spoke personally with Mr. Grant to clarify, is this something that was required? He said, no, it's not required. It's a service that we offer, that they offer and other people offer, but it wasn't a requirement. They already had information from the professionals that IT brought in that showed how the intrusion happened.
Can you share that with us? Because we don't know how the intrusion happened.
It was in the information.
Can you share that with us since you're familiar with it? Because remember, we never saw the phishing email. So if we can understand the first original intrusion of how that happened, maybe that will clear up a lot of more information. Because, and I hear what you're saying, but the paragraph that I'm referring to about that forensic audit, it did not say whether it was an option. It said that they were requesting that, and it was not delivered. But I hear what you're saying. You went back and had a conversation with Mr. Grant. Now I get it, and I apologize for the oversight in that. You're saying that he gave the option, but he didn't put it in an email. And I understand that. I get that part. So the part I'm asking for is that you guys had, it sounds like you had a cyber investigation, and they found the original intrusion. Can
Yes,
you
ma'am.
kind of help me with that part of it, like where the original intrusion began? Because because everybody's asking for the phishing, the original phishing email, and no one seems to have it or know where it came from. But if y'all have that information, it will help clear up a lot. Thank you.
We included that.
So, Mr. King, I'm not sure. I'll let you decide whether or not that's the response for IT. There is a document in here that says, please find the doc trace and IT reports that follow that outline the activity. I'm thinking that's what Mrs. Jessie is referring to.
Yes, ma'am.
But I don't know if you're familiar with what's
I'm not
in
the
here
IT.
or if the IT person should.
I'm not the IT person, but whatever we received, including the bogus emails, are in your information that we submitted a while back.
Councilmember Robertson, and Councilmember Cook, Councilmember.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This question still goes to Ms. Jessie, and I too read the exact same thing in the request in reference to the computer, and I'm hearing your explanation. What I want to be clear is that in reference to all the requirements that the insurance companies are asking for, we have submitted everything. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And right now we're going back and forth to see what's going to be determined in reference to a potential dollar amount. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The email was confusing based on what you explained to, because it did ask for it. It did not say it offered the computer. And the timeline seemed like it could have been more activity going on in that timeline, but I'm happy with this update, and thank you so much. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And as I'm not going to jump all over the map here, but I want to try to have a couple of bit of information inserted since we've gotten this far. I may have to turn to the city manager to answer this because I've forgotten what the answer is. What is the law enforcement organization that actually was able to trace how the money was taken from us and actually recoup some of it? Which one of the federal agencies was it?
Now that I don't know.
It's been
The
mentioned.
chief.
It's either the
I think it's
FBI
I think
or
it
who
was
else?
Secret Service.
Secret Service. All right. Once they got involved, one of the things I think that was discovered, at least by our own IT, is that as we started producing hard copy of supposedly email transmissions among us, it was extremely difficult to determine what was really a fake email and an email that actually took place between two employees. Now, I hate to see the managers being distracted by the police chief right now, but I need a response from him. Was that factual? That is, let me rephrase that. When you look at the package of documentation that was given to us, and you look at copies of emails, there isn't any way to look at a hard copy of an email and determine just by that document that that was a fake email.
Yeah, from the layman, I agree with that. I think that's difficult. And that's where you had to get the IT experts and Secret Service involved who could actually do the actual tracing so as to prohibit the last, I guess you say, transaction that was being attempted as well. So yes, it's really some high talented experts who do this kind of thing.
All right, but we've gone through a lot of that right now. We know how much money was taken from us. We know how much money has been recouped to us. We're in the last stage of trying to get the rest of it. That's pretty much where we are right now.
Yes, sir. In fact, I know Chief Buchanan, him and his team have been in touch with Secret Service, I think as recently as a few weeks ago. And so the latest update, Chief, was maybe a couple weeks ago, but that's where we are right now.
And we're still in negotiation with the insurance company.
We're waiting on a response
All right.
from
Thank
them.
you. Thank you.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think this question may be more so for the IT department again, since Ms. Jessie said that she couldn't answer it. But maybe you can, so I'm just going to ask it. And if you can, you can. If not, maybe we can get the IT person in.
Hold on just a moment, Ms. Councilmember Cummings. Mr. King, is Mr. Price still here?
No, he's not in at this time. He's not here right now.
All right, I'll just ask it if you can. That's fine. So I know you said that travelers initially volunteered. They said that they would do that forensic audit.
They offered that as a
They offered
service.
it,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
But we said that we chose not to go with them. So do you know who we used to do the audit then? Who the IT department? Were you guys the ones? Was it the finance department that made the selection, or was it?
No,
IT
it was IT. I know he involved Microsoft, an engineer from Microsoft, and I'm not sure who else.
So was that, now I know the black, was it the black, what was the, I know it was a little snippet, something that they had. It was, what was it, Black Forest? Dark Trace, I'm sorry, Dark Trace. Was that were those the results that yielded from there? Were those the results that were yielded from the?
That's
from the-
how, to my knowledge, let me qualify that, to my understanding, that's how they determine that what emails had been, email addresses had been phished. I believe Maurice said it might have been 2 or 3, not even associated just with finance. But that's how they believe some of the intrusion happened, through Dark Trace.
Okay, and I don't know if you can answer this question, but if Travelers was the ones that would, be able to refund the money, give us the money back, wouldn't it I don't know, why would we make the decision to go with somebody outside of that? If Travelers is the ones that we're working with directly, it would just make more sense to deal with them. I mean, they're the ones that are gonna actually refund the money, potentially. So I don't understand why we would go with somebody else. I mean, I understand all the different agencies that are involved, but it kind of, when you have so many different people, working on one thing, it just kind of muddies the water, even a bit more. So was there any reason in particular that we didn't go with Travelers?
I think one thing is that the IT department, before we could even file the claim, they did research to see exactly what happened.
Okay.
And in doing that research, they noted the weaknesses in the trial Microsoft package as opposed to having a permanent one. And they also were able to work on tracing the phishing. They did a review of that. The IT department, to my knowledge, has contractors that they work with already. And that's who they called to help them to figure out what happened.
Okay, thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for my second round and final round. I don't really have a question, Ms. Jessie. I just want to close out with this. We have so many questions pending. We have so many questions because, one, I know certain people or some people are coming to the podium saying we all knew, but well, I'll speak for myself. I did not know. And until July, just a couple of months ago. But this is the thing with the insurance. Let me go back. A hack can be a hack all day long, but sending 4 wire transfers with no authorizations, no checks and balances, we cannot ignore that. We cannot ignore that. And then let's talk about the insurance. The former city manager did, I think, start the directive to file the insurance claim rather promptly. But in reading through the packets, reading through the big 500, 800-page booklet, asking the questions, there's still onus here because the ball was dropped with the insurance. January of this year, city staff received an email from Ms. Frank stating that if the insurance carrier doesn't receive all the information that they need, the claim was going to be closed, and it was February of 2023. So from February of 2023 until July, when all of this came out, there was no initiative from the city to do anything to get that insurance claim paid. And that is very problematic for me. That's why we're here. And my thought is, if it had not been shared or we didn't find out about this, the insurance claim would have forever remained closed. So it is with sincere hope and prayer that we can get these funds accommodated for by way of the insurance. That is my thought about that. And I just want to be clear. It's not Ms. Frank, it's not Travelers, it's us. And so moving forward, we do need to make sure we're putting forth every effort to make sure that we can do and get back, that we can get back all the money that we can from the insurance. And I'm just hoping that's the case. I'm really concerned that that's not going to be the case, but we better pray, because getting the money back is not the end of the story. That's not going to save the day for us. It's going to be great, but this problem is multifaceted. This problem is not going to be remedied solely by the fact that money is recouped by way of the insurance. And I hope that we don't lose sight of that. Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Ms. Jessie, I have a question. Was the claim ever closed?
We never received anything stating that the claim was closed.
Thank you.
So Councilmember Gordon, you indicated that was your second time. I'm sure you were going to talk about the email that was sent on January 6th, I think it was, that said if we didn't get a response within 30 days, the claim would be closed. And there was no other communication between January and July that was provided in the documents that we received. And so I guess when we reached out to them in July about whether the claim was open or closed at the time.
So it's my understanding that if a claim is closed, that we would have received an official letter from the insurance company. At the time in January, JP West was still the city's broker. And January of this year. So if they didn't get a letter stating that it was closed, I know that's what Ms. Frank stated, that that's what the insurance company said. I never received a letter stating that the claim had been closed. And it's my understanding that we would have gotten something official that it had been closed or denied, actually. We never received a letter stating that it was closed or denied. When we contacted travelers in January to see what else they needed, we responded that the Secret Service was still investigating. That was really all we had. That's all the information that I had to offer. So when we spoke later on in July, these are all conversations that the claim was closed, but they were still accepting information. So we never got anything official.
So I'll just read from email number 43 in the documents. There was an email from you to Mr. Grant on August the 2nd indicating that you had sent everything to JP West several times and maybe it got caught up in his firewall or spam. And then he responds, it says some other things, I'm not gonna read it verbatim, but his response is two sentences on August 3rd, 2023 at 9:17 a.m. Iris, thank you for your emails. The files will be reopened and I will everything and get back to early next week. So that's the last communication the next communication from him, I think from January of 2023. I can't remember if he communicated in July, if we were communicating with the broker. So let me not say that was the last communication. We had communication in July, but the response regarding from him, Charles Grant, the Senior Claim Counsel and Bond and Specialty Insurance for Travelers. That's what he said on August the 3rd. Council Member Cummins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Ms. Iris, I know you say you hadn't heard back from them, and I know we had this lag from January to July. So the thing is, why didn't anybody from the city inquire about to find out if that was the case? If you hadn't heard back from anyone, from travelers regarding the claim, why didn't we take the initiative to ask them, hey, what's the update on this?
That's a good question, and we should have, instead of depending on our broker. We were depending on the broker who represents us as the intermediary between us, the city, and the insurance company.
Okay, so had we followed back up, whose responsibility is it with the city to make sure? Who is it that makes contact with the broker, or whose responsibility was it here with the city that did not?
We accept that responsibility in risk management.
Who's?
The risk management department. I do.
Okay, thank you. Are you?
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Next up is item number 7, council discussion and possible action on fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022 annual financial statement audit services, tab and tab engagement letters. Their motion. Councilmember Cook.
Madam Mayor, I move that we open item number 8 for discussion.
My mic is on. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion on opening the floor for discussion?
Wait, correction. Number 8 says something else.
Oh, 7. Councilmember Cook, will you amend your motion to reflect
Motion amended.
to item number 7?
Yes.
And the second was, I think, Councilmember Cummings. Your second still stand. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open, Mr. King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Shannon Golden will come up and give a brief overview of this item, where for our Assistant Director for Finance, he's going to talk about both FY21 and FY22 and the process that's going to be undertaken, as well as talking about the steps that are remaining for FY21.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. As it relates to FY21, we have Tab and Tab as our auditor of record. So they have to complete their audit procedures in order to get our deliverables, which our deliverables are our financial report. We have an internal control letter, as well as our single audit report and the opinion as it relates to the financial report. For FY22, there are significant accounting changes that need to be implemented as well as reported on. So Tab and Tab will provide that service as well.
Any questions or further discussion? The engagement letter is for FY21 and 22. It's not the one that was shared with me. Estimated of $95,000 for 2021 and $245,000 for 2022. So, Councilmember Cook and Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I missed that too because it didn't print on my agenda, but I do know what the numbers are supposed to be. Would you mind just explaining the rates as they relate to the rates we just shelled out for 2021? That's still somewhat incomplete. They seem a little high, but if you average them out for 2 years, in pretty good shape. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Say it louder so people can hear you, please.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Renee.
It's been, Mr. Shannon, it's been approximately 7 weeks since we voted on this, to get this audit done. Is there a reason why this has been delayed? Because normally it wouldn't take 7 weeks for us to get, and we didn't even have to go through procurement. We all voted on this about 7 weeks. So I'm kind of wondering about the delay. Why was it delayed? And why did it take 7 weeks for us to get this back to council for approval?
Yes, ma'am. As it relates to this engagement letter, we thought that it can be signed, but it had to be brought to council because of the dollar amount that's associated with it. It wasn't included in the original special call meeting when it was voted for the new audit firm.
How long has it been out there waiting for council to sign? I mean, how long has it been out there waiting? Because this has been 7 weeks, it's almost 2 months now, and we voted on this particular auditor to come into the city How long has it been sitting out there?
This item has been, we had gone back and forth with a couple of the items within the engagement letter to make sure we included everything that needed to be included for the audit. And so there was a little back and forth with that. And then also our understanding of whether or not it needed to go to council, because we thought that when we brought it to council in the special call meeting, that it would be included in that, but we were incorrect.
You know, Mr. Shannon, you didn't give me an answer, but I'll accept it though. I'll accept it. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Butler.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the request for the special audit.
There is a motion to approve the engagement letter for fiscal years 2021 and fiscal year 2022 with Tab and Tab LLC. Any discussion on that motion? It's in but I will state what it is because this is my first time seeing this. The fee for FY 2021, our fee is estimated to be $95,000 for the 2021 audit and $245,000 for the 2022 audit, based on the blended hourly rate of $200. Oops. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carried. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that.
Motion to open the floor for
I'm
discussion.
sorry, I keep forgetting that tonight. Motion to open the floor for discussion.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Floor is open. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This item, I don't see staff members here to maybe contribute to the conversation, but I do just want to say this. There was an accident just a couple of weeks ago of a young scholar from Brookview Elementary School who was hit by a car as she was approaching or trying to make her way home. I was called in the middle of the incident occurring. I was able to go by and just kind of meet and greet with some of the residents who were there and the principal. It was a sad situation, but I think she's going to be okay. This brought concern, just maybe wanting to maybe perhaps have some markings or indicators, whether it be flashing light signs, to just notify people that that is a school zone, even though off of Hammer Show you cannot see the school. It's far back on the dead end. But just hoping that maybe through Public Works and our electric department, we can get to a place where we can do that. And the other half of this, I think we can kind of just postpone until maybe work session. So thank you.
Okay, I see Chief Buchanan. He walked up while you were speaking. I'll have Councilmember Cook, and then I'll turn it over to the city manager for, I believe, Chief Buchanan wanted to share. Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I may have forgotten something, but it seems to me that several years ago, when we were discussing the crossing at Paul D. West Middle School, I'm leaping now, but I think we made the decision that we would supply all of the safety features we needed for crosswalks at schools. And that it wouldn't be done based on somebody getting to the city manager or the chief to request it, but we would just make it a standard thing for the simple reason the Fulton County School Board wouldn't do it. And the intersections are basically our responsibility. Am I looking at the Christmas list the wrong way, or what did I miss?
I will tell you, right. However, if you remember back in April, we came before you to approve Redspeak, which is the company that does all the safety lighting, the red light cameras in the school zones, the speeding zones. That was approved. Most cities have these lights. For some reason, the Fulton County superintendent would not sign off on our order. The new superintendent would not. That's why we don't have those things in place. I spoke with the director of the board, and he agreed to meet with us. So last week we gave him the paperwork again for him to sign off on, and he assured us he'll get it back to us next week. A lot of these things would have already been handled if that would have been signed off on.
Is this the only school remaining that doesn't have what's needed?
So several cities was approved prior to him. As you know, that there's more than one school in the city. So once they started asking for additional schools, he turned them down. He turned all of our schools down for some reason, or for an unknown reason. So we just went back to the board. We spoke with him. I've been in constant conversations with the mayor about this, and we will have a definite answer next week. I'm not sure why anybody would deny that. I just didn't understand that, and many people did not understand that. But he did meet with us last week, and he's going to take a look at everything. It's what they said. I'm not sure what take a look at everything means, but at least he's revisiting it, because before this summer when we went to him, he just flat out refused.
Okay, I believe what you're saying, but I want to make sure I understand the logic here. Whatever's needed, we're paying for it, right?
Yes.
So it's just a matter of just installing it unless somebody wants to play King of the Mountain.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just baffled with what I just heard too. So you're saying that the school board just stopped it and they haven't really we have all the skin in the game. We're paying for everything. And basically they decided for no particular reason. Makes no sense.
And I wouldn't say the school board. I want to make it clear,
board,
the
yes, I'm sorry, school
superintendent.
board.
And that would have really slowed down traffic in the area. People get cited for speed through school zones. We have constant complaints about people speeding school zones. They also put up lights, flashing lights, all the things that we talked about would have already been put up by now.
Quick question. So this goes to the superintendent, doesn't go to the school board to vote on this. Is that correct?
It goes
This goes
directly
straight
to the
them?
superintendent. However, I did meet with one of the board members, and she called the superintendent, and that's why he's revisiting it, because she was totally unaware.
Thank you for your hard work and keep pushing ahead because we need it. Thank you. I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Butler.
Chief, it's my understanding that the red zone people would be paying for these installations, not the city.
Correct.
So we don't have to pay for anything.
No, they do everything.
All right. Thank you.
So you mentioned that there were other cities that were having issues of getting it approved. Do you remember what other cities?
Brookhaven, Sanders Springs, even South Fulton, who have theirs approved or trying to get additional schools, he hasn't approved theirs either.
And then this is September, and so the board meeting in South Fulton will be towards probably, I think it's the second or third Thursday of this month. I think it's the third Thursday. If it's not signed by then, we may need to go to the meeting.
No problem.
Because this is unacceptable. We approved this a long time ago to help increase safety in our school zones, and to have a superintendent deny that request. It sounds like when you talk to the school board member, that's when you got him to at least reconsider. But if that's not done by the meeting, I'm assuming it's probably going to be the 21st. Councilmember Renee said it's the third Thursday. I think it is the third Thursday, because they're having a meeting probably this week, but it'll be in North Fulton. The South Fulton meeting is on the 21st. So if we don't have it by then, please send us, Mayor and Council, an email to let us know, because we will need to show up at that meeting.
Not a problem.
Councilmember Gordon, did you have anything else on this item?
Just one question. So aside from, and Chief, this wouldn't be for you, any other signage and markings, how would we need to handle having that installed? If there's the flashing lights or whatever else is necessary to indicate that it's a school zone.
Oh, I think that's probably Public Works. I don't know, Chief, I know these cameras, the cameras are on the buses, on the stoplight arm on the bus. Come to the mic for me, Chief.
Do apologize.
Reeves, I saw you stand up. You can go ahead and start coming forward.
I do apologize. Yes, so I'm going to let Jeffrey Reed, you want to answer that second part of the question?
Yes, sir, Chief. As far as the street signage is concerned, excuse me, Jeffrey Reeves, City of East Point Public Works Director, Mayor and Council, good evening. As far as the school zone, in any school zone that would have a flashing light or anything that indicates it's a school zone, based on our GDOT Muni Code, has to be anywhere from 1,000 feet from that school area to become a school zone. So some of those things that we're looking at around the entire city right now to make sure that all our school zones are properly marked in the streets as far as signage is concerned. That would be handled through Public Works Department.
So I guess maybe having a, you said he's supposed to let us know this week?
He said he'll let us know by the 15th, which is, I think, the end of next week. We'll have an answer.
So once we get that, and then we'll go to the meeting on the 21st if needed, maybe the October work session, once it's approved, and we can have conversations about what that is, and the public maybe having that conversation, joint public conversation about public works, like if it's any additional signage. I don't know if we have to do traffic studies of what happens in school zone areas, counts. I remember we had a situation over going to Hamilton Homes, I think it was, on Conley. A young lady was hit, and can't remember we talked about traffic counts, but we had the conversation then. So maybe at the work session, or Mr. King, police and Public Works Department can talk about whether or not, or what that looks like.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
when the incident happened on Conley Drive, we talked about sidewalks as well as signage, because anywhere that leads to a school should have what it needs to say that it's a school zone.
So, Councilmember Gordon's October work session, okay, with you, I think that'll give us a response from the school board as well as.
Yes, that'll be fine, so that it'll kind of give us time to.
For all of the cameras in the city.
Right.
I mean, not all of the school zone areas, not just one. Okay. I feel compelled to say this before we're going to the next item. Before we go to the next item, I just looked at this letter. I'm looking at it on my phone, and I need to make sure the record is clear. It's dated July 22nd of 2023. That letter wasn't initially sent to me until August 17th of 2023 for the Tab and Tab engagement letter. And at the time it was sent to me, it was $195,000 for fiscal year 21 only. I responded to the email. I forwarded the contract works document, the e-sign document email to Mr. King, Ms. McCullough, and Attorney Weems, Ms. Hammond, Mr. Lawrence in Contract and Procurement, as they had signed off on it initially. I said, has this contract engagement letter been approved by council and reviewed by legal? I know council approved selecting Tab and Tab as the vendor. I don't recall council approving the contract engagement letter. So I need to make sure that that was clear. I put that on the record, that it's addressed to me and that I didn't have a letter from July 22nd to now that I was just sitting on. I didn't get the initial draft until the email on August 17th, I believe, which was before our last meeting of the month. And I had serious questions about the amount to finish FY21, as well as the city attorney interim city attorney hadn't reviewed it yet at the time. So I needed to make sure I could put that out there. Item number 9, is there a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to open the floor for discussion of possible action regarding the property active shooter, crime and workers' comp and cyber insurance policies. Total cost $649,542.52.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Mr. King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to have Miss Jessie come forward, and I believe she also has Gregory Singleton with Griff Insurance Services, who's our broker, who's here as well, to give an overview of this item.
Good afternoon again, Madam Mayor, members of council. It is that time of year again. Our property active shooter, crime, workers' comp, and cyber insurance policies expire next month. Gregory Singleton from McGriff is here to talk about the results of their marketing. He has a mixed bag of information. I believe you have some information that we sent out. However, he's been working up until today to try to get the best deals possible. And I'm gonna let him talk about that.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Madam Mayor, council members, good evening, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here and discuss this with you this evening. So I actually spoke with Maurice earlier. He said I could just plug my laptop since the HDMI.
The city clerk will help you out too. She's coming down.
No, not after what I just heard earlier. I would definitely not try to do that. Thank you. That right there. But I do want to start with cyber. And I want to, let the mayor as well as the council know some of the things that we have, worked on to try to make sure that we shore up this process. One of the things that we did when we took over the account was we arranged a meeting with our cyber folks, the carrier with Tokyo Marine and Houston Casualty Company, to have a call with Maurice and his IT team to discuss, some of the things that they were doing at the city, some of the challenges they may or may not have been having, and also just to kind of create an open dialogue where they can communicate with each other on a regular basis so we can have that, instead of retro interaction, a proactive interaction and approach. And that was a really good meeting. And we got a lot out of it. Since then, prior to the meeting, Tokyo Marine did a cyber test and they sent out the results and they contacted and they, they had, and Maurice and his team did what they had to do to make sure that they responded properly. And then prior to going out to market, they did it again. And same thing, Maurice and his team responded promptly. And we made sure we got all the things we needed. But we also had that conversation with all of them on the conference call as well. So, the goal is to eliminate any opportunity for miscommunication or no communication, to make sure that everybody knows all involved parties, whether it's on our team at McGriff, whether it's on the team with the insurance company, and also the team at the city. And like I said, that's been really successful. The idea for this year was to try to figure out if we could market the insurance and get better limits, lower retention, and more specifically on the sub-limited retentions for social engineering, fraud, and cybercrime. So what you'll see in that first section of cyber in 2022, 2023 is what the coverage was last year, which was $1 million limit, 250,000 retained limit. Social engineering, funds transfer fraud was 100,000 limit, 100,000 retained limit. For this year, we got 5 quotes, 2 declined. So we went to 7 different carriers, 2 declined, 5 gave us indications. And in those indications, we had the incumbent, which is Houston Casualty or Tokyo Marine. They gave us two options. The first option was 1 million with $100 million retention at $60,419.84. But there was no change in that the area where we needed to shore up the most, which was the social engineering, the fraud, and the cybercrime. So I went back and asked if they can give us better terms, and they were able to give us a different quote with a higher retention in that area, but the retention and the limit were exactly the same. So that didn't really help us at all. So then we went to Crum & Forrester, got indications, and we were able to get higher limit, which is 2 million on the cyber policy, lower retention, which is 100,000. But what they did, and I actually got this today, was they were willing to give us 250,000 on the sub limit for the social engineering, the transfer fraud, and the cyber crime, and $100,000 in retention. And what we did also, when we got these indications for those particular sub limits of coverage, we also went out to our peer municipalities that we also have as clients. So we went out to City of Tampa, City of Houston, and we compared what they have versus what we were able to get, found out that they had same sub limit, same retention. So we were actually happy with the fact that we were able to get the lower retention and the higher sub limit for the city of East Point. And I think that was all based on the fact that we had that meeting and everybody communicated with each other. The city has a plan. They talked about, and they've shown proof that they're executing the plan. And the insurance companies and our wholesale partners were happy with that. So it doesn't help with the previous situation, but going forward, we're on a better foundation, with at least with the carriers that we currently have. So my recommendation for that was the Crum & Forrester option with the $2 million limit, the $100,000 retention, and $250,000 sub limit, $100,000 retention for $86,199.36, and that's what you'll see in column E there. And based on a premium that was paid last year of $97,406.40, it's 11.5% decrease in premium, more coverage, lower limit, higher sub limit, higher limit on the retention, lower limit on the retention. So kind of count that as a little win, but I know it doesn't change, what happened previously. And we're still holding out hope that, Travelers is going to come back with some good information in a couple of days or so with those letters. And what we also decided to do when we took over as broker was to dedicate claims people to the city specifically. So we have a general claims person that works on our staff that all he does is handle claims. So he's going to be helping in not only the communication of information between the city and the carrier, but just kind of help guiding the process to make sure that, things are moving along quickly, touching base with the city, touching base with the carriers to make sure things are moving and make sure things are going to a close or a payout. The other thing that we did was we made an introduction to one of our cyber claims specialists from our executive risk advisors team. And she's been kind of working with the city, just kind of navigating through the stages of where they are now. Since the claim didn't happen on our watch, we can't get involved in it, but we can, provide our insight and, help with questions, giving questions to ask, and just being a natural resource, in the process to try to, share some insight and help, push this thing along and try to get some type of resolve in that process. So we've done that. The other thing that we've done is we started to do safety training. We did our first safety training in July, where we had about 30 people show up. We had different departments show up. It was a lunch and learn. It was a huge success. And, what we got, the feedback that we got from that was that more people in the various departments were excited about this kind of process, and they wanted to see more of it. So we're actually in the process of trying to schedule the next safety training, and we're going to be fielding topics for that specifically. And lastly, what we've decided to do is also create a standing meeting for claims, and not just cyber claims, but all claims, which will involve us as the broker, the city, with probably 2 department heads, preferably police and fire, and also legal, along with risk management, HR, and the third-party administrator as well, to kind of go through what outstanding claims are still out there and come up with a solution on how to get those claims closed. So we're planning the date for that. Probably the first meeting will be sometime either, late September or mid-October, and look forward to coming back and tell you about how that went. But we're really looking at trying to get our arms around the claims process and helping you guys with all the resources and tools that we have at our disposal to give you guys, to make sure you can have access to that and use it as you see fit to kind of shore up with the stuff that's going on here at the city. So any questions about cyber before we move on?
So I think we should probably go through all of them.
Okay.
And then open it up for questions. I see Councilmember Cook and Councilmember Gordon and Councilmember Robertson in. So I'll call them first, but I don't want to break it up too much because that will prolong the discussion. So there might not be questions on other areas. So we can go ahead and just cover all of it, and then I'll open it up.
All right, so I'll jump to the next area of important interest in this presentation is, and it's going to be down at the bottom, is the active shooter coverage. If you look down with the active shooter, one of the issues that we had was there wasn't very many companies that wanted to give us indications for it, and primarily it's because across the country, active shooter incidents are up dramatically. I actually reached out to one of my friends over at Beasley out in California to kind of give me some insight on why the premiums were skyrocketing so much for active shooter. And he gave me a link to a website that is pretty useful. It's called gunviolencearchive.org. And if you look here, I'm pulling up this map, it's just the metro area. And this is just in 2022 incidents where mass shootings took place. And the cool thing about this website is you can view results, gives you a list of where it happened, when it happened, victims injured, suspects, whether they were apprehended or killed in the incident. So this is a very useful tool to kind of figure out like what's happening around this area. And it's an interactive map, so you can literally click on different areas and see all of the events, and it goes year over year. So he sent me that kind of as a point of reference. Anybody who's interested in taking a look at it in their time, I can send you the link to the website, and you can get more dialed in on what's going on, even as close as around East Point and the College Park area. I know that there were 3 known incidents this year recently around this area, but that has been a cause for concern in the insurance industry, and we've seen the premiums for active shooter just go through the roof. I mean, multiples of increases in the cost for that coverage. So back to the presentation, like last year you paid $21,320, and this year the cheapest quote that we could get was $88,400, that one was still with the same terms and conditions as the expiring policy, but all the other indications that we had excluded a significant amount of areas where coverage, areas of coverage where it really made sense to have it. For example, some of the things that they excluded were courthouses, detention centers, police stations, juvenile correction facilities, police training facilities, prisons, shooting ranges, yards, car parks, roadways, pavements. I mean, it's almost pointless to have the coverage if it doesn't apply to areas where these things could possibly happen most often. The second one excluded courtrooms, jails, police assets, and stations. So the price was around the same, but they excluded so much that it wasn't worth taking a look at those options. So we did do our due diligence. Then they had two other indications that were completely out of the ballpark. Beasley, London, and US was 130 and 125 respectively. So it was just this year, active shooter just really took a significant rate hike, more than we've ever seen in a while. So that was aside from the cyber, for us, that was our biggest area of concern. Trying to make sure that we did our due diligence on that to find, the best options available. And we saw that, the current carrier that you had, current policy that you had was the best one, even with the significant increase in premium. Onto property, which had the next, most increase. You look at what's happened over the last couple of years, especially last year with Hurricane Ian and stuff that happened on the West Coast, and then now you got this year where you had the big fire in Hawaii, Idalia down in Florida. It's already off to a pretty rough, rocky start in the property market. So we've been seeing on average anywhere from 25 to 35% increase in premium rate for property. And when I first got the indication from Chubb, who's the carrier, they told me that it was going to be a 35% increase. After some heavy back and forth and negotiation, we were able to get them to land on an 18.13% increase, which was significantly lower than what they told us. So we're pretty happy about that result, considering other peer municipalities in the area were seeing 25% or higher increases in property premium. They also did a flat rate, 8% rate increase across the board on all the property, which leads me to another point I wanted to make about at some point, we need to look at potentially setting up appraisals for the properties. You can do guesstimations and do like a 4 to 7 or 8 or 10% increase year over year. But really, in order to get carriers more interested in looking at the city's opportunity from a property perspective, we're going to have to, consider doing some appraisals at some point and getting more accurate valuations, because some properties that you have on the schedule could be lower than that 8% that the carrier imposed across the board, and some could be much higher. And we don't want to run into a situation where a claim gets filed and we find out otherwise at that time. So that's one of the recommendations that we have at this point for property. But the increase from over last year was $278,276. This year, $328,735. And if you look at the payroll, it went up about 0.13%. So, but it had little significance. But I'm also still waiting on one other quote that I haven't received yet on the property. So I'm hoping that, they'll come in somewhere in that ballpark as well with the same conditions. As far as excess work comp, we were able to get actually a decrease in premium, even with the payroll going up 10%. Property values, I meant on the property, not the payroll. Payroll on excess work comp went up 10%, and we were able to get 0.54% decrease in premium and with the same coverage, same retention. So, that's with that's with Midwest still, And we're also waiting on, Safety National gave us a soft indication of 160, but that was contingent upon them giving us, like with safety, they won't just do work comp standalone or excess. They want you to do your general liability package as well. We're still waiting to get an indication on the GL package, which we still have bound. But when they give us that, then the work comp guy will be able to give us a more defined number on where that's going to be, based on what their team can do on the general liability perspective. They'd like to bundle that stuff together and base rate off the entire package of the work comp and the GL. So just waiting to get the quote back on the GL, which we haven't received yet. So hopefully we'll have some good news on that as well. But still, working to try to get indications in, even, down to the last minute. Some of these, especially with property, we've seen them take all the way up until a couple of days before the renewal, before some of these carriers will give us indications. It's just been that kind of market this year. And as for the crime goes, as of right now, it's flat. So there's no change, and it's on auto renewal. So his cost said that there would be no premium change on the crime. So that's pretty much in a nutshell. I know the number that we had before was what I sent over on Friday, but since then, I was able to negotiate with Crum & Forrester that extra $250,000 limit with a $100,000 retention that bumped it up. That's where you see that additional few $1,000s from the 647 to 653, 152. So
Thank you so much, Councilmember Gordon, Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. A couple of quick questions. Can you go back up to the cyber, the Tokyo Marine?
Mm-hmm.
You said that you were recommending the Tokyo Marine one, right?
No, the Crum & Forrester.
Oh.
That
okay.
Tokyo Marine is what you had before.
Okay.
And they actually, prior to the renewal process, they did those tests, the breach tests.
Okay.
We had two, one prior to our meeting that we had with them, and then one prior to the renewal.
Okay, so wait a minute.
But
2
they
million?
didn't come back with the best terms as far as, they came up with the same limits, but they didn't come back with the best terms as far as the cyber crime, the wire transfer fraud, the social engineering. And mind you, this is where most of the claims are happening, across the board, especially dealing with municipalities. That's the areas, and that's where the carriers don't really want to budge. That's why you see the sub limit match the retention. In 5 cases out of 6, the sub limit's going to match the retention, and that's really all they're willing to budge in most cases. They did say that because you guys haven't had any claims in the last 2 years, that we can go back and reevaluate next year and see if we can get that sub limit even higher. But it was going to be next year.
Okay, next, thank you so much. The next question is regarding the property coverage. You're saying that you quoted per expiring with we came back with an increased deductible?
Yes.
Okay. So also, I know previously we had a couple NFIP flood policies. Did you capture those?
Those have both been renewed already.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Those have both been renewed already.
They've been renewed already.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know what their expiration dates
They
were.
were 7/19.
They both are?
Yep, they've
Okay.
both been renewed.
Yeah, I just remembered that.
Yep.
Okay. And then,
And all the special events policies that you have for the Wednesday wind down and all of that, everything went off without a hitch. We got all those coverages in place prior to the event, and everything was business as usual.
okay, one last question. Can you explain retention versus deductible? So that retention is where you kind of absorb the loss before you kind of hit where you at. But can you professionally explain that difference?
Absolutely. Excellent question, Councilmember Gordon. So a retention is the amount of, it's the amount that the insured retains, versus a deductible is the amount that you pay before you get access to your limit. So what that means is a retention would be deducted from whatever the limit is, right? So if you got, for example, $250,000 retention, $250,000 limit, you've got to pay your retention, but they're only going to give you $250,000. You're not going to get, it's a wash, essentially. Now with a deductible, you pay your deductible. Say you have a $250,000 deductible and you have a $1 million limit. You pay $250,000, but the limit is $1 million. So the limit still stays the same. The retention diminishes the value of the difference. You understand? Like, so you got it? Is that? Yes, that's an excellent question. That's a very, very, very good question. Mhm. Any more questions?
Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Robertson.
It almost sounds like if you want to keep your coverage, you got to pay for it.
Yes.
I'm going to be kind of brief because I don't want to talk about cyber any more than we've already done. But one of the aggravations I've watched staff go through with our current case is definition of the incident. And I've taken a little test that all the employees are supposed to take, know before you commit. And that is, I think the war now is going to be everything that we would call cyber attack is going to be changed over to social engineering at a lower reimbursement rate.
Yeah, and wire transfer fraud.
And wire transfer, because the whole process of stealing is now so sophisticated. The whole process of stealing is so sophisticated right now is that you could almost rule out the criminal category and that everything is on the social engineering, even if it means I got a call from you while you were in Florida and I'm in Los Angeles, and by morning, my bank account is empty. Okay. Now, if you had stole my money and I hadn't heard from you, that's a crime. And it's sort of like the way the insurance companies are now establishing the umbrellas. And I'm saying all that to say maybe the day is right down the road where we might be better off being self-insured.
And that's a possibility. That's a considerable option. There's still a lot of municipalities out there that do that. But one of the most important things to do first is, really understand how your policy performs. That was the reason why I set up the meeting. So we can all have an idea of how these things work, and what's considered, what's a claimable crime, and how to claim that crime. But that also goes back to the reporting process, the protocol, all that stuff's laid out in the policy forms. So having somebody who knows the policy forms, like, one of our, people that deal with cybercrime, or one of our claim specialists to work with you is extremely helpful, because the language can be, it's not layman's, it's not easily understood. So you got to have somebody who's used to, translating the legal jargon that goes on in these policies, and that's why I said really the important thing for us to do next is set up that meeting with legal and, our claims team, the TPA, so we can figure out what the next step is and how we can get our arms around this entire process. And even with the department heads, so everybody can be on the same page on what it takes in order to properly get those forms filled out, and properly submit a claim, and it's not as easy as it sounds. These things, every municipality that we deal with has issues with this. And, carriers are denying claims as a result of it. But, they also do have resources available that you can utilize, to help, get you through that. And if they know you, it's a little bit different, if they have a relationship with you. So that's, the purpose of the introduction and making sure that communication is constant. You know, the way I see it, they can call the underwriter and talk to him about, what they've been doing to kind of shore up, what's the 5-year plan. That way the underwriter has a picture painted in his mind on what's going on, so he can advocate for us in the event something like this happens again. So I don't know if that answered your question.
It pretty much did, and the bottom line here is that we're getting everything we need for 649,500.
653.
I'm actually.
Yeah, we made, even like I said, today, we had an adjustment, and we did send it out, but email was down, so you guys didn't get the updated version. So 653, 152.36.
I can live with that. Thank you.
Councilmember Robert.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In your presentation, you mentioned, I have couple of questions. You mentioned cyber safety training. Can you elaborate on some of the safety training? Is it just one course for an employee, or is it a follow-up? And how big is the reach in reference to training our staff and beyond?
So what carriers, so with some of the carrier partners that we have, they have platforms for cyber training, where you can actually go on and do online cyber training. We'd be more than happy to get something set up with whoever wants to go through the training. And we can also do something on a larger scale, like maybe have them come out and do something as well. So it's all to the appetite of the city and what you guys want, how much you want us to bring to it. We can bring the whole group out.
Okay, so that's something you can't offer, that you haven't offered yet, but that's something you can offer.
That's something that we plan to. Like, one of the things that with the trainings, we kind of leave it up to the city to decide on what direction they want to do, because there's so much out there. You think about it, you have several different insurance companies that you have that place all of the different lines of coverage that the city has. Each one of those carriers has some type of training program. Whether it's property, whether you're going to do safety, loss control, inspections, appraisals, value, fireproofing, suppression systems, all of that stuff, or general liability training. I mean, there's all sorts of it. So we just, the guidance we need is kind of like, what are the hot button issues? What do you want to see addressed first? And then we can kind of go down the list from there.
Okay, well, the cyber training, I would think, is definitely a hot button issue and a high priority. You mentioned property. In reference to the property, that's basically all the property that the city owns. Is that correct?
Correct.
And now my question is to the city manager and the interim city attorney. Does that include the 562 acres of Sweetwater Reservoir that we own?
I believe it should, yes. Yes, sir.
It's on the schedule.
It is.
It's on the schedule. Yes.
I yield. Thank you.
Yes.
Good to hear.
Both reservoirs are on the schedule, or dams.
Thank you. Good to hear.
Yeah. One of the things that we did this year was extensively. We went through that property schedule probably about 15 times in the last month and a half to make sure that we had everything, but also kind of just shoring up the numbers to make sure that we had values that the city was comfortable with.
I yield, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
All right, so there's an ask that we take action on the property, active shooter, crime, workers' comp, and cyber insurance policies totaling $653,152.36. Is there any action on this item? Councilmember Robertson, is your light on from earlier? Councilmember Renee.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve. Sorry. I'd like to make a motion to approve the insurance on action of property, active shooter, crime, workers' comp, and cyber insurance policy totaling it's different, right. Total cost $653,152.36.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I could just put this
Get a
back in.
motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on item number 10.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
I
Councilman.
would like, with the permission of the city manager, that we move item number 10 to executive session because there are legal and real estate items that need to be discussed before we bring it public.
Yes, so he did mention that, which is why it's last on the agenda, but there are some public items on it. So we can either, because it's on it has to be an agenda item, we can make a motion to table this item at this time and then have the executive session discussion and then remove the item from the table when we come back from executive session.
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we table this item.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We are now at comments from council. I don't see any lights. So we have this executive session items, Mr. Interim Attorney Williams.
Yes, ma'am. Two potential litigation, one litigation.
So three litigation.
Yeah, pretty much. And then a real estate.
How many real estate?
One.
3 litigation, 1 real estate.
Actually, I'll take that back. Two real estate, 2 litigation. My apologies.
2 litigation, 2 real estate. Mr. King.
And a real estate item, Madam Mayor.
I said 2 litigation, 2 real estate.
Is that, are we including the same one?
I believe so,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yes, we are.
So do you have any other items?
No, no, Madam Mayor.
Council, do you have any executive session items? All right, we need to recess.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, recess into executive session for 2 litigation and 2 real estate.
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we recess into executive session for 2 litigations and 2 real estate.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess.
Council comment, Madam Mayor, when you get ready.
Can I get are we recording, Madam City Clerk? Okay. Can I get a motion to reconvene?
Madam Mayor,
Mayor.
I could make a motion to reconvene.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? It's the quorum. We have 8 of us. I meant 2, 4, 6, 7 of us. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Before we do the motion to adjourn, Councilmember Robertson has some council comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to just, as we opened up, we acknowledge, and I just wanted to lift their names up. And again, on behalf of East Point, citizens of East Point, the council and all of us, I think we all want to lift our prayers up. Hugh Douglas, Christian Fowles Jr., those were the two gentlemen that tragically lost their lives right behind us. And we have to, right now, this is a time for prayer. This is a time for unity. This is a time for us to come together. This is very, very tragic. And my heart goes out to all the family members, the students and all. We're so sorry that this happened. I yield, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, I was the motion for the meeting, but no, I'm good. I'm sorry.
Well, the executive session meeting minutes, right? No, we did a motion to reconvene. Can we get a motion to approve executive session meeting minutes?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the executive session minutes.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Mayor, after reviewing our agenda for tonight, we have covered all items. Therefore, I move that this meeting be adjourned.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Good night, East Pointers.